Hi, Suzanne. How are you? Very well, thank you. Very well. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's not like a baby. Yeah. I needed it. I hope you did as well. Yeah. It's a busy day, right? Right. Good morning, Rhonda. How are you? Yes, very good. Very good. We're going to jump right in and start in a few minutes. We've got most of the panel folks are already about anyway. We've got the update questions, but I'll let everybody know. We're going to congregate just before we start in the bottom corner to get everybody the mics.
Okay.
Standing
The
there.
corner.
Sorry, the far corner over here.
Okay, with you.
Yeah. Take this. How are you? Doing a great job. You're on. Right. All right. Yes, I'm gonna jump in on this. All right. I'll just say you got your answer. Perfect. Right. I'm just gonna say a couple of words. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Obviously, I know we're gonna jump right into it. It's obviously the second day. Thank you all again for joining us. I know some folks will be flowing in first thing in the back as well, but we'll get up and running. First of all, just a couple of quick notes as well. Again, lunch today is the same spot yesterday, Independence Ballroom, between 12:35 and 1:45, so we've got just about an hour for that. Breaks and refreshments outside, same as yesterday as well. Thank you all for your participation, questions, and comments yesterday. There's a lot to get through again today, so we'll jump right into it. Obviously, the majority of the sessions will be available on demand. It usually takes us about 3 or 4 days to get them cut and edited, but you'll certainly hear from us in the very soon, I should say, in the near future with regards to those sessions. So if you missed anything, you'll have access to that digitally very shortly. Obviously, again, just a couple of quick words of gratitude and appreciation. I personally thought we had a really a wonderfully in-depth day yesterday. We covered a lot of different grounds. I hope you've all had a chance to meet a lot of new folks. Our goal here is to obviously connect this community and keep you guys together long after the event takes place. So without a doubt, utilize your time here to make new connections, meet with folks, LinkedIn, exchange business cards or whatever you have in this day and age. But without a doubt, utilize the group that you have at your disposal as well. Without further ado, I'm going to jump into this morning's first speaker. We're obviously delighted to be joined this morning by Tim Natal from Merck. Tim's an Associate Director of US Oncology Consumer Marketing Analytics. A couple of pointers, bits of information about Tim as well. Hope you don't mind me saying this, Tim. He has a twin brother, and he's often mistaken, and there's a misconception of who's who. So don't be shocked if Tim's brother answers your questions, or if there's a potentially AI version of him, delivering this talk today. We can never be sure about this type of information. So keep an open mind on these types of concepts. Tim's going to be joining us presenting Converged Ecosystems Redefining Pharma Engagement. And there's obviously a little bit of time at the end for questions and so on as well. Please welcome Tim as our first speaker today.
Thank you, Sam. I do have to state up front that my comments are my personal opinions and not the opinions of my employer. And if there are any questions about what I said that you may not agree with, those were my brother's ideas. Imagine a world where all of our marketing media channels are seamlessly integrated, leveraging data, technology, and analytics to ensure our messages resonate perfectly, reaching customers precisely when we need them to. Good morning. Today, I'd like to not only share how data and technology and analytics plays an important role in our marketing, but also a personal journey that underscores its significance. About a decade ago, while at IMS, I attended a consulting fundamentals course, and unexpectedly became a turning point for me in my career. I met a group within IMS called Consumer Marketing Effectiveness and Media Innovations. Intrigued by their work and driven by my own curiosity, I soon found myself on this team. And in my initial days, a project with a new capability around targeted television was being set up. These TV campaigns were based on longitudinal patient data where a complex weave of geospatial indexing, choosing areas based on brand and medical condition, and then collating post-campaign data exposure to measure success. The results were impressive. We were showcased a marked increase in script volume, but beyond the numbers, it was the human impact that struck me profoundly. The drug we were helping market was actually life-saving. And through the alignment of data, technology, and analytics, we managed to help guide patients for this brand towards clinically appropriate therapy. And the realization amplified the role of data, technology, and analytics in my mind. Over the past decade, my quest has been relentless, exploring a myriad of ways to harness data and technology and analytics to serve our patients better. And reflecting on those years and where we are today within our industry, there's been an overarching theme that has emerged to me: converged ecosystems. As marketers, our goals are always to reach our customers at pivotal moments, to resonate and make an impactful, lasting impact. The challenge, of course, is the rapidly expanding media channels that we've seen over the years and the avalanche of data that each one of those produces. The solution isn't just collecting that data, but weaving it into coherent and actionable insights. But often, we find ourselves with scattered puzzle pieces, and each valuable, but maybe not forming the clearest of pictures. And that's where the convergence steps in. That's where we're leveraging it to build a bridge between our brands and our customers, and ensuring that it's more personalized, timely, and impactful. After my experiences, it's become clear, especially over the last few years, that it's not just about connecting with customers, but doing it seamlessly across all of these touch points. And that's where we've heard this term omnichannel that has come to light and has been continuing to be talked about, especially this year. And in a world where our customers might see a TV ad in the morning, on their iPad during the middle of the day, right, on their cell phones in the evening, and maybe streaming something at night, right? These channels blur as customers, as consumers, right? We don't really necessarily pay attention to how we're being reached. But as marketers, we need to understand that. So it's no longer about multi-channel, where each channel operates in a silo. It's about omni-channel. And I like this idea of thinking about omni-channel as an orchestra. Each instrument, or channel rather, whether it's TV, social media, or even in-person consultations, they each play a unique note. When they play in isolation, they can be great or sound beautiful, but when played together in harmony, that's what creates a symphony and can resonate better with our audiences. There we go. This slide is a bit messy, but that's kind of the point. These are some, not all, of the media channels and the destinations with each one of those channels as marketers that we have to pay attention to, purchase our media through, try to reach our customers. They're complex. And if we focus on just one, we can get lost. We need to think about working and converging with not just the data partners that allow us to collect this information, but with the destinations in order to optimize our media plans. However, creating our orchestra or symphony isn't easy. It requires a deep understanding of each instrument, or in this case, channel, to harmonize. And this is where the convergence is coming together with things like MarTech and AdTech. They act, I think, like a music sheet guiding each of our channels and ensuring we stay in tune, enhancing the overall performance. And that's where we have multiple different platforms in our MarTech and AdTech stacks, like CRMs, CDPs, DMPs, cloud data warehouses. And our MarTech helps us personalize our outreach, monitor and adapt our campaigns, help us understand our customer journey. And then our AdTech, like DSPs, DMPs, they help us efficiently deliver across the platforms. Many of them you saw on the last slide. In real-time bidding, purchasing, and ensuring we target the right audiences. In isolation, they can be powerful and helpful, but it's when we loop them together that we create the insights and the engagements we want to see for our customers. They need to talk, they need to collaborate. And identity resolution has helped us do that across these platforms. Now, imagine adding the power of AI and machine learning on top of this, right? These technologies, these new capabilities, I see as the conductor, identifying patterns, predicting future notes, ensuring that our symphony, our channels are always in harmony, even if maybe one goes off key or we introduce a new one. So by integrating the machine learning, we're not just reactive, we become proactive. We can anticipate shifts in our market, our customer responses, and adapt our strategies in more real time than we ever have been able to before. And it's not just within our own walls that we see this taking place. So if you've had some kind of orchestra set up, right? It's not just the analytics we can apply internally, our partners are doing that. We heard from a DSP at Deep Intent yesterday, our agency partners, how they're applying AI, machine learning to help us. How do they fit into the customer experience that we're trying to weave? And a lot of this helps us create efficiencies, the reduced time of work, taking it out of our systems. How many of us have done patient or customer journey mapping, right? And we utilize a lot of the capabilities I showed on the previous slide. Those MarTech and AdTech stacks, the data, our data warehouses. But we usually generally apply business rules to those, right? Whether some of them have been more sophisticated and have gotten more sophisticated with the information that we have. But if we can allow a machine or an AI to be applied to that, we can be more hands-off. We can focus on more areas to innovate. That also goes for the content optimization and the audiences that are seeing them. What's working, what's not working? Are there subpopulations that should be seeing our content differently than others? If we remove content because it's not performing the same as others, or we have new content that we can put into place, is that performing better than the others were? Before, maybe this would take a while. Now we can see the reaction in more real time. And content overlap. Many of us have brands that have multiple indications, and we're all vying for the same audiences sometimes. If we can think about better ways of using machine learning and AI to help us determine exactly which message they should be getting, we can reduce CPM costs. We can reduce the overlap. We can get better engagement and better determine how our customers are experiencing our work that we're producing. And I think that alone is important, creating a better customer experience for our brand. But it can't just be applied to our brand. We should be thinking of it across our portfolio. Each of our brands and our organizations are also trying to do the same thing. How many times have we outbid our own selves and driven up our own CPM costs, right? Applying this more holistically can help us better understand what we're doing. And this also leads me to measurement, right? We've heard this talked about over the last couple of days. I've heard things around qualitative and quantitative, correlation versus causation. With more of this data and more of the machine learning, we have a better opportunity to measure what is and isn't working within our orchestra. If I had another dollar, where would I put it? We generally tend in past to use our marketing mix models, or we set up tests for one channel or one specific capability. But those sometimes often take months or a year for us to look at, and we're taking a look back. But often we need information now. We need it in more real time. How can I optimize for the next quarter? Not on information that happened a year ago, but happened over the last 3 months. We can continue to challenge and look at ways of doing causal results. But these aren't without challenges. Setting all of that up is a lot. There's a lot of stakeholders involved, not just from our internal stakeholders, but our external, our agency partners, our vendors. And the ethical and privacy that comes into play with adding AI and machine learning and the connection of all this data. We have to create guidelines, follow the guidelines that are within the industry. And we also have to reduce biases. The data that we feed to these machines are what it learns off of. So we have to ensure that they aren't applying biases to what we're doing. The result can be a holistic, personalized, and impactful customer experience. One that ensures our patients not only get the right information at the right time, but also feel understood, valued, and catered to. And I think that's become especially important as we talk about building in our own first-party data. We are asking our customers to trust us by allowing us to better understand them and in turn then provide information to us. And I think during the last few years, especially during COVID, right, we saw our industry become more forefront. People walked around talking about the vaccine they got, but they didn't talk about a brand name. They talked about the company. Did you get Pfizer, Moderna, or J&J shot, right? And I think we also saw it during the Olympics. There were commercials run by a pharma company that wasn't about their brand. It was about their organization. They were trying to build a relationship with patients. And I think that's going to continue to be important for us. So I want to leave you with a couple things. First, roadmap and build your orchestra. And if you already have one, great. Continue to innovate and find partners that want to go on that journey with you. I have found, in my experience, and especially from what we've heard over the last day, that everybody's willing to. They're excited about these new capabilities and new data points, and the machine learning and AI, of course. And third, impact of our customers. We have built these converged ecosystems, and we have the means to reach our customers when they need it the most and can make a difference in someone's life, as I saw a decade ago when I first ran that TV campaign. Thank you. Any questions? Yeah.
Wrong side of the room again. You'd think I'd learned from yesterday, right?
So I have a question. The slide that you showed with the different MarTech and AdTech and all the things that you were putting together, I noticed that you didn't have that one.
Yeah.
I found it interesting that you don't have your CMS on there. And you had talked about content optimization and content overlap. Is that, it seems like that to me that's a big missing piece, right? Feeding all of that so that you're not just personalizing the money that you're spending, the ads, but then also what they see when they end up on your websites. Is that something that you guys
Yeah, you can pull a lot. I've seen that pulled in too, right? Your DMP can see a lot of that as well, right? As far as like consumer interactions with different content, including website.
Okay.
Yep.
So you just do that through your CMP or your...
Yeah, and there's a lot. I mean, this isn't obviously, and I think there's a lot that can go under that cloud data warehouse, right? That you can pull into, right? So it wasn't necessarily meant to be completely comprehensive, but good question. Yeah.
Thank you. Any additional questions for Tim? Anyone? No? All right. Thank you very much, Tim. Appreciate it. First in the day is never never an easy spot. So thanks for getting us up and running, Tim. Right, let me just pull up my notes here real quick. Right, so we're going to move on. We're certainly we're ahead of the game a little bit this morning. We'll jump right into our next session this morning. Many of you are probably familiar with Rob from yesterday's panel anyway, but for context, our next speaker has been a creative thought leader in pharma and healthcare marketing for over 15 years. On the agency side of things, he's been leading campaigns for over 30 campaign launches, rebrands, and brand pivots. He owns his own culture-driven agency, launched in 2019, has been awarded a top agency to watch and best places to work at MM&M, and experienced certainly unprecedented growth during as the demand for forethought, efficient, and invested brand support certainly skyrocketed during the COVID period as well. So please join me in welcoming Rob Heller to the stage to discuss the nuances of trust in Pharma CX and relational blueprint for digital transformation. We're switching gears here. We're going down the trust concept now. So this is a very interesting area in general. And a couple of random pieces of information about Rob as well, just for context. He's also an oil painter. So, good to know that there's still time to do things outside of the world of work there. And he also plays piano, guitar, and bass, I believe, if my information is correct. So, a man of many talents. Please join me in welcoming Rob as our next speaker this morning.
Thank you. Good morning. All right. And thank you for that introduction, Simon. Yeah, well, I don't have a lot of time for those things, but we do what we can. I'm an observational guy. I look around, I think, this room is very yellow. And why are there 9 chandeliers? This is sort of how my brain works. I'm always looking and observing different pieces. And so this concept of trust and relational engagement is a kind of new concept for me, but something I've been digging into a lot this year. And I think it applies really heavily to what we're doing, particularly in pharma and customer experiences. I think that trust itself has begun more and more to fracture, not just in pharma, but in everything that we're experiencing. And over time, even decades, it's sort of eroded and gotten worse and worse. And this year in particular, I just keep fixating on it. And I think trust is the backbone of any great society, in any team, any country, any leadership, any organization. You need it. And when you know organizations that don't have trust, they grind, right? They slow down, and they're so expensive, and they're so tedious, and it's so draining. Stephen Covey's got a great book on the speed of trust and how much everything speeds up and is more efficient when you have it. So before I get into all that, I'm going to share an adorable photo of my 4-month-old daughter right here. I have no idea how this ended up in the deck. Oops, I guess we'll just leave it up there because it's here. How embarrassing. Yeah, well, this is where my story starts. So before this little one came into the world this year, I was at my wife's OB for a checkup and an appointment. And so he comes in and he says, hey, I'm sorry I'm running a little late. I actually just had to finish up this crazy survey on physician burnout. And of course, that got me curious, like what's going on? What's causing burnout? So he starts talking to me and he says, well, believe it or not, just this week I had a new couple come in and I was counseling them. And the whole time I'm talking to them, the husband's sitting down and he's on his phone, typing every single time I'm talking. So at first I'm not thinking of it, but he keeps going. And then I look at him and I say, hey, you know, all these notes are going to be in the write-up. You don't have to take notes on everything I'm saying. And he looks up and he says, oh, I'm not taking notes. I'm fact-checking you in real time. And, you know, our OB doesn't miss a beat. So he goes, well, how am I doing? And he goes, pretty good so far. Pretty good so far. So he tells me this story, and it just it just sits in there. Like it doesn't make any sense to me. And so, meanwhile, ROB, he's been doing this for 40 years. He's delivered over 1,000 babies across multiple generations. He's literally the head of the department at Scripps out in California. And so this concept stuck with me, and the more I kept thinking about it, the more I kept asking questions. Why? Why? How is this happening? What's happened since the physician's word was sacrosanct, and now we've come to this, where Dr. Google is getting tested against the physician with all the experience? And so I started asking questions like any good marketer should in the mirror. Can you trust marketers? Maybe that's where we should start. And that led me to think randomly of this guy. Does anyone in this room know who Neil Strauss is? Got a couple people, right? Neil Strauss is an author who in the 2000s put a book out called The Game. And The Game is about this underground world of pickup artists, male pickup artists, that set out to game the system. They looked to break down and manipulate what builds attraction, and then use that as a roadmap so that men can seduce women. It's disgusting to just say it. It's deplorable to say it. But this was a whole thing in the 2000s. There was a movement around this. A lot of people, it was a bestseller. There was a lot of information on that. And I think that the game is what happens when the outcome trumps the purpose of what we're doing. When winning defeats what the whole purpose of what we're trying to do. And I think as marketers, we're sometimes guilty of that. But I'm not here to shame anyone, because I don't think it's black and white. There's no devil horns on people's heads out in this audience right here. There's also no halos, but I'm going to say that we're a complex species, and it's not black and white. So I want to dig a little deeper into it and get into the concept of winning. So let me ask you guys here, how many of you have a CEO that's cool if you miss your numbers? All right, we got one. That's good. That's pretty good. That's more than most. But the real question then is, how many people have a CEO that also asks you to be innovative? Right. So here's where the problem is, right? You can't be innovative if you can't lose. I don't know if there's a better example than our boy Elon, who has blown up 3 rockets before learning how to get one off the launch pad. Now, I don't know if the numbers are official, but from what I've read, somewhere in the ballpark of $260 million, poof, in flames over several years of work to get it. Now, throughout that, on the other side of it, defying most odds, they're launching every month, every 2 months. They're up in space constantly. They figured it out. They've got it. We can't do that in pharma. Failure's terrifying in pharma. It's absolutely off the table. And so I think about that, and I'm like, okay, well, this is starting to feel like one of the reasons of what has eroded trust. So we're going to figure out, we're going to kind of dissect this, and then we're going to build it back up and figure out what can we do and where can we go from here. So if we can't innovate, really, or take risks to innovate, then we can't keep up, because the needs of customers are constantly changing. And we know that one thing that every failed business has in common is a commitment to solving today's problems with yesterday's solutions. And if you can't lose, you can only use yesterday's solutions. So you can see where we're starting to build this paradox that's causing us problems. You take that and you couple it with conflicting priorities. So what? As marketers and people in this audience, your goal is what? You have a product that you believe in. You have a brand that you believe in, a company that you believe in, that's going to help patients, help physicians. You want to get that in as many people's hands as possible to change lives and improve. And if you could be profitable, great. That makes perfect sense. Is that the FDA's priority? No. Is that regulatory's priority? No. Is it shareholders' priority? Is it executive leadership's priority? Not exactly. I think we've had some conversations about that yesterday in a lot of those presentations. So you got all these conflicting priorities many times within your own organization. It makes it hard to make good decisions and to take chances and to figure out solutions to these challenges. Now, I understand the FDA and MLR and regulatory, they're there for a purpose. We are hardwired to overreach and try to win. I think that's natural. We, as marketers, we want to figure out how to leap over obstacles, go under them, around them, blow them up, circumvent them. That's the thrill of what we do. We're trying to find that shortcut. But we need a little bit of oversight, and now I'm too young. I missed the days before the Sunshine Act. I missed them all. I didn't get to go to Cancun with physicians. I didn't get to see Elton John at an NSM or the Rolling Stones or whatever happened in those days. I only got to hear the stories of it. Now I can't give a pen to a physician if it has a logo on it, unless it's an educational pen. It's ridiculous. Maybe we went too far, but again, it's difficult, and that's part of eroded trust and all the oversight and regulation that's come because of it. So, okay, you can start seeing the formula. When you have win or else, plus you're not allowed to take major risks, that might be why the average tenure of a pharma marketer is about 2.5 to 3 years at a company. Because it's that hard to maintain what you're trying to do and what you're trying to accomplish. The deck is stacked against us. That might be the reason why. That's not the emoji I'm supposed to use. It's supposed to be the thinker, but that's cool. That might be why questionable decisions get made, because you have to get the short-term wins. And that also might be why trust continues to erode in our industry. So great, I've found the flaw. We've pointed out something. There's no superpower in that. The question now is, how do we take this information today? Can we actually create any kind of mindset shift that might help us in small baby steps to start shifting some momentum towards rebuilding or regaining and restoring trust? It starts with turning the things we know we should do into the things we must do. So I'm going to talk about a few of those concepts briefly. The first one is we must care. And this is like, duh, right? Like, of course you care. You're all here, you care. If you have your jobs, you care. You care greatly about what it is. But the problem with that is that everyone in this room has a different definition of what it means to care. Care is not a quantifiable term, at least not with how we currently define it. So maybe we should look at redefining it or coming up with our own terms on how to do that. For instance, maybe how much you care about something is what you're willing to sacrifice or fight for to change it. That starts putting things in more perspective. Maybe you must care enough to listen, which I think we all established that we do and we appreciate, but then to take action from the listening and what you've learned, good or bad, and allow it and apply it to grow in your position, with your brand, with your customers, and their experiences. That's hard. It's exhausting, actually. Like, you do it once, you do it twice, you're like, okay, I'm good. I'm good for this year. Enough. But it just keeps changing. It doesn't matter if you accomplish and you win and you figure it out. The next one is coming just a few months down the line when the world changes again. And so, well, this is why we have vacation, so we can take some time to recharge and figure this stuff out. Or some people just stop because they'll go crazy if they don't. I'm empathizing with this crew. I'm not here to preach on a soapbox. I actually really understand the challenges of this industry, or believe that I do. So, we know that we also need to risk being vulnerable, okay? So I show a picture of my infant, my daughter, okay? There's a level of vulnerability to that. Maybe you guys will pay attention a little more from it. I don't know. Maybe you'll respect, or you'll understand, or you'll connect. Okay. It's more than just someone up here trying to preach or lecture or tell a story. There's something deeper there. So how do we apply that in pharma? It's really hard. What are you going to do? Talk about all the problems of your... You have ISI for that, right? It's like, we don't have time. It's too risky if you're going to talk about the downsides of a product. No executive is going to be okay with that. And so, of course, trust is eroding with patients and with HCPs. So the next thing is we need to make sure that we can align agendas. So what do we mean by that? It's like, okay, well, we're hardwired to smell BS. We could smell an agenda from a mile away, especially if it's not congruent with our own, right? I don't really have an agenda up here right now besides just telling you how I feel and what my experience is. Now, hopefully, your guard's not up. If it's interesting, you're paying attention. If not, it's cool. You don't have to. But people that have a sole agenda of prescribe our product because it's the best for you and we don't want to hear anything else about it, that's what a lot of messages that are out there in the space are. And the ones that don't do that and align their agendas to what the customers want, those are the best companies in the world. Those are the best brands in the world. And you could think of a few. I think it was Dupixent won most respected brand last year or this year because it truly felt aligned with all of its customers, with its patients and the physician's needs. So it's hard. It's hard to do that. But the best we can do if we can't fail is to align the agenda. As marketers, we have an agenda. We have to sell our product. You can't get rid of that. So we have to align it. Win-win, win-win-win, whatever you want to call it. That's what we have to do. It's hard, but it's possible. And the last thing I want to cover here on the topics of how we can address this and help make micro adjustments to improve is we have to watch the assumptions. And this is something I'm paying close attention throughout this entire conference. And I hear all these discussions around AI and social and these paths and this opportunity and these ways to do more with less and to automate. And it's not, I'm not knocking anything. It's incredible technology. It's wonderful. But this assumes we got it all right. This assumes the message that you're launching out there is correct, that you have strong brand values, that you have core strategy in place, that you have channels, open channels of communication with your customer to listen and to understand and to implement feedback. It assumes we have all that stuff in place. And in my experience, my entire career of working with all the clients I have, all the launches, the relaunches, the brand pivots, all those different pieces, I can tell you there's room to close the gap there. There's room to improve on the fundamentals. So it's not to ignore these pieces, but it's to make sure that we have the core pieces done, and then we amplify with the new trends and secrets and ways to circumvent the challenges. So if we take all of these pieces and we put them together, this is what I would call a relational customer experience. This is not some profound proprietary recipe of mine. This is just simply what I attribute the success in my career and the people that I've worked with and the clients I've worked with from an agency standpoint throughout it and time. It's a fairly simple concept. And if you look, in generally accepted psychological pathways and milestones between two absolute strangers meeting to the point where they become inseparable, lifelong friends, partners, or loved ones. There's 8 stages, roughly, that they'll go through in order to get there. From initial contact all the way down to the most committed. And I realized, well, this is pretty simple, actually, because these things line up pretty damn well with the core milestones that we have to do as marketers in pharma. And just by simply shifting our mindset to connect our tactics and strategy into this recipe of relational CX, it just puts tooth into what we do. It puts more muscle. It makes more sense in what we're doing. So you don't have these tactics in isolation as much as you do. We are accelerating and building relationships. And we can't be friends with everyone, thank God. And we don't have to appeal to everyone. But we want to appeal to as most people as we can, and we can do that incrementally by following that recipe. Now, all this stuff is very conceptual. I want to leave you guys with something that is tangible that you can use. This is something I would share in a pitch. So you can have this, I can share the slides, whatever this is. This is a complete roadmap of tactics from the patient and HCP sides, completely digital, mind you, not just face-to-face. We can do face-to-face. We got that down pretty well. This is a path that links core digital tactics to each stage of relational building and relation building. It's the same stuff you're already doing, but it's mapped now logically from an initial contact into commitment. And that's what's really most important. And if you can do that, not only will you get more investment from your team, your agencies, your partners, and everyone else that's in your cause, you're going to build more trust with your audience. And that's what it's all about. I'm not going to go through this line by line, and you have this, like I said, I'll share this. And just having the map is good, but then the next thing is, then implementing them, and what's the tone of each piece, and how are you moving it? Like, you can get as granular as you need to get. And so I would implore you to challenge your agency, your partners, your team, the executors of these things. Just ask them. Just follow them. You can even send a shot of the steps and just say, hey, what if we remapped everything towards building a relationship from start to finish, to committed brand loyalists? What would that look like? They'll jump on board. They'd be happy to, because again, it provides more meaning and a holistic vision for what they're trying to accomplish and something to sink their teeth into. And if we do that, well, and in theory, we can start bridging that gap and that divide, which took decades to get to where it is, and may take a long time to get out of where it is, but it starts here, I believe, with people in this room or watching this recording, to just make slight mindset shifts and changes and apply them to the day-to-day jobs that we do. So thank you. My name is Robert Heller. I'm on LinkedIn. I post there often, and I welcome you to join or follow me there as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Rob. That was great. And also thanks, Tim, this morning for his talk on converging ecosystems to get us up and running. A couple of quick questions. I know we're running ahead of time, so we've got a little bit of time to burn through here. But obviously to Rob, and then I'm going to just open this up to you all in the group from a kind of mostly an opinion standpoint. In your opinion, what do you think the most trusted pharma brands you can think of, and what did it do to get right to get there? Obviously, I know you had the example of Dupixent.
Yeah, or any question if you had them, I'm open to it as well. But yeah, it's a great question, right?
Yeah.
What brands have you worked on or seen that have either inspired you or you believe have built the most trust? Does anyone have any? What's that? In pharma, though, that's the tricky ones.
I don't know if it was specific to pharma.
Exactly.
So anybody want to chime in on that one?
Pfizer had a spike, right, on the back of COVID, but then it's done a pretty good job of watching that decline. That's like and I think there's this interesting piece around brand versus enterprise, and are especially patients even aware of the dots that connect from a drug to a pharmaceutical company? Because I feel like there's just been a struggle around sort of connecting to the corporate mothership versus just at the product level, and that feels like a missed opportunity.
It's a mess. Navigating it is an absolute mess. You're absolutely right. As far as all the hoops and hurdles and coverage and access, and then you're adding brand awareness on top of that. I agree. And the fact that there aren't a ton of people calling out certain brands right now might be also an example that this stuff's hard. It's hard to do, but some can do it. We had a question behind you, Simon.
Thanks, Matt.
Brittany.
I was just going to add on that. I was like, we talk a lot about AbbVie and the AbbVie machine, and it's almost like they I don't know them as much as Pfizer and everything coming into pharma later in my career, but learning about them and the way that they aren't AbbVie first for the patient, but they make sure that the experience across all of their different drugs and therapeutic areas is the same, and they're almost like hugging the HCP and the patient. And so that I think is a good example of what they do, but there's definitely still room to improve. And I also want to learn more about Dupixent and I was Googling that, being like, what is it that they won?
Yeah.
And in your mind, what do you think led to that?
That's a great question. So you saw my daughter. I have a son who's going to be 2 in December. 2 under 2, so lots of free time on my hands. He had really bad eczema to the point where his face was cracking, to the point where even bleeding sometimes. It's heartbreaking. You see this beautiful kid struggling like that. And so we tried creams, we tried all these things, and we went, and I have no investment in Dupixent whatsoever. It just happened to be here, and it won like several awards. But I can tell you right off the bat, one, it's expensive, but it had excellent access and coverage and calls to specialty pharmas. They really handheld to figure it out and then get that to us. 2, they're instructional videos on how to do this. You're injecting a needle into a toddler. It is a rough experience. They don't like it. It teaches you how to do that in a very, very calm and not cheesy way. And then out of nowhere, they sent us a children's book around Dupixent in a way to explain, different parts of, eczema, and that wasn't cheesy either. It came off as very genuine, as whoever created that was being very thoughtful to the experience of patients. Now, part of that is having a good agency to do that. Another part of that is having great marketers like yourselves and people in the industry that are requesting that thoughtfulness come through in the work. And so I think that's a huge part of their success.
Right. Any additional kind of questions on...
Oh, you got another one up here?
Oh, Matt. I'm glad I'm on this side of the room today.
The concept about failure sort of struck a chord with me, because I think when you look on the R&D side, there's been a lot of failure.
Sure.
And when you get to the point of commercialization and the marketeers coming in, I'm wondering in my mind if almost they've kind of taken up all that appetite for failure and it's all systems go. But just curious for your thoughts on perhaps how, on the commercial side of the organization, we can tap into some of that appetite for risk and appetite for failure, but maybe reposition it onto the commercial side of the organization a little bit.
I love that idea. Think about that, right? The best pharma companies are the ones that are putting, I forget what percentage of their overall profits back into R&D. That's the best we can hope for, right? That's where all the failure happens. But it happens in a vacuum, right? Don't you think some companies might trust, or people might trust companies more if they saw some of the failures that led to the successes, to the iterations, the investments that ended up in nothing? People like underdogs. They like people that have failed and lost something and come back from it or not, or persevered through it. And so I think there's a great opportunity there. Can you get executive corporate buy-in for that? I don't know. You could try. But a progressive CEO or leadership should embrace something like that if done properly, because it does strengthen the trust in the brand if it's done properly and done well. You can expose some cracks in the armor because invulnerability is not attractive. Everyone's trying to be invulnerable. And I put here that I'm on LinkedIn. All I'm doing is producing my thoughts and putting them out there. That's it. And that's garnering a following because there's a fear of being vulnerable. Who wants to be the next Budweiser? No one, right? You don't want that to happen where you crash and you lose everything from just taking a stand on something. But at the same time, there's a middle ground. So I think it's an excellent example if you could do that.
Any other questions for Rob on brand, positioning, trust in pharma?
Thank you.
I've got one actually for you quickly,
Okay.
Rob. So, because I know we've got a little bit of extra time, and Gayton, our next panelist, is bolting from the parking garage here. So,
Okay, no problem.
Trying to.
You need to buy time?
Say,
Let's go.
Yeah, I wasn't supposed to say. I've got to give him at least 3 minutes because I know it's a bit of a walk over that air bridge. All right, from a non-pharma perspective, and just kind of going back to trust and experiences. Where have you seen, or at least from your experiences, what types of brands have you seen that have propagated from, potentially, untrustworthy scenarios in the media, and they've kind of utilized that as a platform to kind of propagate? And obviously, you made the case in point of Budweiser. What sort of examples would you share to the group in the event of those types of situations happening to Pharma, and how can you utilize that as a spin platform for potential growth and trust for future? So I don't know if you've got any kind of comments.
It's a great question. No, it's a great question. And I'm actually going to preface that answer with that I don't really like pulling a lot of examples from non-pharma into pharma, right? I mean, Robert's presentation yesterday morning, he talked about how, one, that, where everyone's trying to swing for the fences, but two, he goes, well, we know pharma's a little behind, right? Everyone says that. Pharma's always a little behind. Well, of course it's a little behind because we can't fail. We can't lose, right? Domino's has a video of their employees spitting into pizza, right? You can't have that in your process for making your drugs and your brands and that. Like, if that gets out, that's the end of your pharma company. So, but at the same time, they were able to come back from that. They owned it. They apologized for it. There's some humility that came through. They're not dead. They didn't sink. So there's examples there. But pulling inspiration from consumer brands is just, I see a lot of it in presentations, and it just doesn't connect the dots for me. It's apples and oranges, right? Yeah, man, Starbucks is great. I love it. It's delicious. It's like, entertainment's great. Food and beverage is great. Music is great. Jay-Z's got tons of amazing case studies of guerrilla marketing that's been awesome. But all that stuff is entertainment and distraction, or it just serves a different purpose than health. Health is like a completely different beast. Like what you want to talk about, like Elon Musk blowing up rockets, like somewhere at some point a pharma company is going to launch a social media campaign that allows comments. At some point that's going to happen, and they're going to report every adverse event that comes through because no one else will, because everyone's afraid of it. And they're going to do that, and they might get bloodied, and they might get beaten up, and they might get destroyed. But if it works and it comes back as a giant win for that company, everyone's going to do it. That's my point. And it's like, who's going to take the first step? Not you, not me. Someone else. And that's what makes this so hard. But these are the people that are crazy enough to try to change the world, that sometimes do and oftentimes don't. And I think I have the utmost respect for that. And I'm not an agency and never have been one that's like, just take the chance. Just go for it. You don't need to do any research, just go. So that's a more roundabout answer to your question there. But pulling from external sources, it's fun in practice, but when it's time to put pen to paper, I don't see a lot of ways to pull in a lot of that information. The deck is stacked against us in pharma.
And just kind of bringing it back, as a kind of follow-on, bringing it back to pharma specifically, I mean, you made the point earlier around, CEO's response to marketers not hitting their numbers, or a CEO that's pro-innovation. I mean, what advice would you give to the group if you're in that situation from a growth perspective? Internally, what advice and internal kind of challenge, what's the word, what am I trying to think of? How can they kind of push that innovation agenda internally?
Sure.
How would you kind of school tomorrow's marketer to sort of, push that and get them thinking and understanding of,
Sure.
The way that things are changing in the industry at such a rapid rate? What would you kind of say to the group based off of that?
It's important, too. There's not a vilification of CEOs and executive leadership. Like, of course they care. They care deeply about that. And they are, they would love to fail if they were allowed to, right? There's that sense, too. I'm not trying to put them into that, an evil bucket. But I think it was Lisa yesterday in the panel said a great thing. She said, fail fast. Fail fast, right? So take small pilots, small, low-risk areas where you can totally whiff and try it. And then scale it up a little bit and scale it up a little bit. Now, you need a nimble team to do that. You're going to need to be able to be swift with your dollars and stretching them out. But those different pieces are going to be key. So I would say look for your different ideas and plays that you want to innovate, and just try to just reduce the scale so the failure can happen at an epic proportion at a small amount. And then that way you might hit something. But I'm also going to say, back again to Robert's presentation yesterday, way too many companies trying to hit grand slams versus playing small ball like the Yankees. Not to bring up another sore subject, I'm not a Yankees fan, and sorry, Phillies, for what happened. But at the same time, there's an art to small ball when done right and done well, and I want to keep getting back to that too. Shortcuts are great if you can land them, but we can spend a whole lot of time and resources never landing a shortcut.
Great. Let's
Cool.
let's give Rob a round of
Thank you,
applause for
guys.
that. Thank you all for your questions as well. So, right, and Gaten's here as well. So perfect. So we're going to move on to our next session this morning, which is again switching gears, but from a panel perspective. If I could just ask all of our panel members, obviously Matt, Aronda, Gaten, Zach, and Corbina, to just get mic'd up in the corner, or receive your handheld mics, I should say, and then we'll all jump forward. All right, so I'd like to now introduce our panel members and moderator for the next session. We're going to be focusing on the HCP experience beyond 2023. Obviously, things are changing quickly in the world. HCPs, their needs are changing rapidly as technology progresses and as experiences change based off of a whole plethora of different reasons, I should say. So what do we really need to know? So I'm going to just introduce Matt, who's moderating, and then we'll jump into it because we've got questions and panels prepped already. But please join me in welcoming Matthew Smith, who's the Senior Principal of New Commercial Models and Digital Health at IQVIA. And Matt's going to be leading this discussion alongside Aronda Forsey, Gaten Akinrolabu, Zach Capitola, and Corbina Afum. So please join me in welcoming Matt and the rest of our panel this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Quick intro from me, Matt Smith. I'm a senior principal with IQVIA Strategy Consulting Group, where I lead a team focused on new commercial models and customer engagement. I've been with IQVIA about 2.5 years, but bring more than 20 years combined industry and consulting experience, worked at the likes of Pfizer and Allergan, also EY, Capgemini, and PA. But very excited to be here, and I'll let the panelists introduce themselves as we get into things. But Aronda, do you want to go first?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Aronda Forsey. I am Omnichannel Marketing Director at Cytokinetics. I've been with Cytokinetics about 2 years. Many years in the pharma industry, primarily with Merck and with Organon. And I will preference my discussion today by saying we are a pre-launch company, so we do not have a product in market. We are in the process of establishing all of our processes and governance and technologies in order to launch our first product in an upcoming year.
Thank you. Zach?
Good morning, everyone. Zach Capitola. I am currently at Merck as the U.S. Oncology Omnichannel Strategy Lead, specifically focused on the HCP side. Been at Merck just about 3 years now. Prior to that, spent time at Novartis, GSK, Wyeth and Pfizer, and across a number of different roles, sales and marketing, market research, and most recently in the omnichannel space. And I will just preface with the standard safe harbor boilerplate language that any of my opinions expressed here, mine and mine only, and not those of my employer. But great to see all of you, and looking forward to a great discussion today.
Ditto to that disclaimer.
Blanket sort of tag on for everybody up. Everybody's safe.
Good morning, everyone. How's everyone feeling this morning? Perfect, perfect. So I'm Gaitan Akinrolabu. I work for a company called Marriott Therapeutics, which is a targeted oncology company, where I lead digital strategy, both from a corporate communications, corporate affairs side, and it's very much of a hybrid role where I also lead omni-channel from a commercial marketing side as well, right? Prior to Marriott, I worked for Bristol Myers Squibb for 5 or 6 years, where I did a fairly similar role where I was leading digital strategy and paid media omni-channel, specifically focused on corporate affairs and corporate communications across all therapeutic areas. And prior to that, I worked for various different agencies leading digital and social strategy.
Good morning, everyone. No safe harbor statement from me for the regulatory folks in the audience. I'm Kwabena Afum, marketing manager, currently at Amgen. Spent about 10 years of my career in the non-personal space. You can call it omni-channel marketing, digital marketing. It's changed a little bit from when I started. I've had experiences across organizations like Sanofi Genzyme, and currently, as I mentioned, working in the migraine space for Amgen, leading up our new commercial model that we're transforming. So enough to keep me busy.
Thank you very much. So I think, we've recognized over the last day or so the importance of omni-channel and customer experience. We're seeing HCPs expect and want more in terms of both the choices they have from channels they engage in and the ability to have an influence over how they receive content from pharmaceutical organizations. We're seeing pharma companies respond as a result in terms of putting customer experience and omni-channel at the top of those priority lists. But I think we also recognize that maybe collectively there hasn't been as much progress as we might hope in the space. Pharma's still that laggard, as Rob was just talking about. So we're going to touch on perhaps why some of those challenges are and what we can do to move forward. But before we kind of dive into the details, just wanted to kind of ground ourselves in what we're talking about. It strikes me from my experience working across the industry with a variety of clients, and I think we've seen it over the last day or so, that when we talk about customer experience, we talk about omni-channel, there isn't necessarily a common shared vision of what that means, what's in scope and what's out of scope. Are we talking HCPs and patients? Where do payers fit into this? Which other stakeholders are in the mix? And then equally, when you're talking about who's responsible for delivering against this, is it marketing? Is it sales? Is it analytics? Is it all of the above? So just wanted to kind of touch with the panel on kind of what they're seeing in practice, but also what they think it should be in theory. Maybe I can start with you, Aronda, around that.
Yeah, sure. It's interesting having the conversation around what is the customer experience the second day of our meeting. However, I think we probably all align on one thing, that is just putting the customer at the center of everything we do, having that customer-centric approach. And thinking about like the diagram that I think most of us have seen in the past, where we have our multi-channel marketing, where there's the product in the middle of that diagram, and then omni-channel, where the customer is in the middle of that diagram. I think we're all looking to actually really put that customer in the center of everything that we do, but it's a lot easier said than done. We all have business objectives. We have CEOs that are not interested in us failing. We still want to have really gaining the business aspect of what we're out here doing every day. But thinking about the customer experience, that directly impacts the customer's trust, acquisition, and loyalty, which is really the bottom line of what we're trying to accomplish. Who is the customer? It's all of the above. It is the HCP, it is the patient, and patients actually much more now than before, whereas they're taking a much more direct approach to their managing their own health care. So that patient is definitely a customer, as well as the payer, having a very impactful decision on the care that patients are given and what HCPs are able actually to deliver. So thinking about keeping the customer at the center of that, how do we do that? And I think it's really important to think about what it is we're trying to deliver to our customers and ensuring that we're getting a diverse perspective, diverse thoughts, diverse ideas by being intentional around collecting information and gathering and working together with a very cross-functional team in order to gain that level of insight. And I think those things are important around understanding what you're trying to deliver, really working together to design and implement, and then ultimately, obviously, being very nimble around optimization. We're not going to necessarily get it right the first time, but constantly building, constantly learning, constantly updating, and gaining a deeper understanding of that customer journey and those key inflection points that's impacting that customer. So really, that's kind of how I encompass what the customer experience is and what's really critical in order to deliver on that.
Thank you for that. We're going to sort of jump around the panelists a little bit, but Gaitan, maybe if you could sort of build on the same question, share your thoughts.
Yes, absolutely. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Great. So at Marriott, right, we go by a mantra when it comes to do with the customer experience. It's called Marriott Factor, right? And it builds 3 different major elements, which are speed, ease, and trust, right? The truth of the matter is that a lot of our peers or a lot of our competitors in the industry, they're not doing they're not necessarily centralizing their efforts on the customer experience, and that's how we see that's how we could rise above our competitors, right? So when you look at when we look at our customers, right? I think that they're different personas, right? So you have the HCPs. You even have our field team, our OEMs, are somewhat of our internal customers, right? How are we getting them the information at the right time? And then how are we meeting the HCPs and the patients exactly where they are, right? So using a lot of data, right, that we have at our fingertips in consumer research, we can get a clear understanding of where our patients are, looking at our HCP list and our NPI data as well, and territories in which we target, we get a clear understanding of where the gaps are, where the voids are, right? So, making sure that we're using a mixture of, data as well as our internal omni-channel communications, where we're doing some personalized and non-personalized communications directly out to the field team to get them exactly what they need at the right time, at the right moment, to communicate to those HCPs on their target list. Is extremely important. But what about those HCPs, right, that are not on our target list, right? That's where we use a lot of our data that comes through from our, omni-channel team to bring that data in so that we're able to match that with the list, with our territories, right, in which that we're looking to fill, and then kind of target as well, right? So looking at everything from an HCP to patients. And then, of course, coming from the communications and corporate communication side, our internal employees, right, and talent are also our customers, right? So how do we really elevate exactly what we're doing, how we're doing it internally, to increase awareness, right? So I think we look at things from almost like a 360 approach when we look at that customer experience. Are we meeting patients where they are? How do we do that using our data and technology, right? And then, of course, how are we leveraging an omni-channel digital ecosystem to really amplify our key messages to those audiences, where they are as well.
Thank you for that. So if we've got, or starting to get something of a shared view in terms of sort of definitions and scope, wanted to switch gears a little bit and talk about some of the changes that we've seen over the last 2 or 3 years. And, perhaps something of a challenging question, where do we think pharma's sort of starting to make significant progressive steps forward and get points on the board in terms of customer experience and omni-channel? Kwebna, if I can maybe start with you in terms of what you're seeing that's changed and some of the successes that stand out in your mind.
Yeah, and in thinking through this question, this is a meaty one. It's really big. I was trying to key in on specific areas of change, right? Just looking across our industry and just trying to highlight those stories of success. There wasn't a specific one that really stood out to me as being a great example, but as I thought through the change over the last, I'd say 2 years, like going beyond just the last year, but with COVID, it really accelerated putting the customer at the center of your strategy, our planning, right? That was a big lever that accelerated some of the change management that most organizations are a little bit behind, right? I think what's changed that I've seen is the appetite for data ingestion. I look at my interactions this year with the IQVIAs of the world, the ZSs of the world. A lot of those conversations, my organization is finally of the mindset that we need to clean up our data, ingest it, spit out insights, and not just keeping it in-house, but feeding it back like Gaten touched on, right? I think that appetite is the biggest change that I've seen over the last maybe 2 years, is more organizations are realizing we have a plethora of data points across the HCP journey, the patient journey. Now there's more thinking, what are we doing with that data? It sits in our data warehouses. Are we analyzing these insights at a quarterly basis? Are we feeding it back into any systems? Then, as I thought through that, I started to think of actual examples that I've seen. In the last 2 years, my reps have been equipped with tools on their iPads that really provide a holistic view of the physician. Historically, a lot of rep interactions at a HCP level, the rep is tracking those data points in a silo, right? You don't really build a customer view that the organization has a view into. Most reps will have sticky notes, they'll have folders. Over the last 2 years, my reps have actually gotten really smart, and Viva has been a part of that. So now we are actually feeding insights into my reps' iPads. We're calling it multi-channel activity timeline, and we're utilizing that to build almost a timeline view of physician interactions across omni-channel. So now they're getting a peek into campaign activity that I'm launching, and it helps them from their planning perspective. So that's what I highlight when I think of things that are changing and the successes. It's looking at the comfort level to ingest third-party data, also getting more comfortable with cleaning up data and organizing the pipelines internally, and then feeding that to relevant channels to action in real time. That's what I've seen changing, and I think that's the highlight for me.
Thank you for that. Rhonda, if you want to maybe build on that in terms of some of the things you're seeing in the industry.
Yeah, sure. I totally agree with that in terms of data really being, to me, the key difference in terms of how we're progressing, and the vast amount of data that we're getting from multiple data sources and sharing across the board, across the organization, really. That is definitely key, but it's allowing us to be proactive versus reactive. And I think that's a key difference, is what we're doing with the data and how we're taking that and leveraging the vast amount of technology that we have to really harness that power and allow us to be proactive. And so what we're able to do is deliver an experience or deliver a solution that our customers may not even know they need. And so being proactive, I love to think about the iPhone example, where Steve Jobs, decided, made the decision that was something that customers needed, and we didn't know we needed it, but now we can't live without it. So definitely being very proactive with what we're able to do with the data is definitely a success I see in the pharma industry.
Good to hear that notion of sort of customer data being central. I think from my perspective, a few other things that stand out. I think it's encouraging to see over the last couple of years the emergence of sort of the chief marketing officer at some of the larger roles that maybe hasn't always existed, the chief customer officer, and that we're bringing more experiences in from outside the industry, as well as I think a focus on kind of training and education around what omni-channel is, what customer experience is, and what isn't across the organization. But if we've spoken about successes a bit, Zach, maybe I can bring you into the conversation, address the elephant in the room around kind of where we're seeing some collective struggles and challenges, and what some of the major obstacles are that we need to still overcome if we're going to be more successful going forwards.
Yeah, I'll start by saying I think Robert hit the nail on the head in his previous session. It boils down to that fear of failure. What that results in terms of how we operate day to day is we take what I'll call a formulaic approach to how we look at our customers. Now, this is changing a bit over the last couple years, and it's encouraging to see that progress, but by and large, we still look at our customers the same way that we did 15 years ago. We look at them in terms of how much value are they to us, meaning how many patients do they treat, are they using our product or our competitors, and then we look at, are they engaging with us, whether that's with our reps or with the digital non-personal promotions that we put out there. So we have this two-dimensional view of our customers. And what that results in is segmentations that are sort of incomplete. Quick example on that. You could have call it whatever you want to call it, some form of user, non-user segmentation, a loyalist, a dabbler, all these terms everyone's heard of. But you can't just put the same content out to them. You can have a strategy aligned to that, but the way that they consume information, the way that our customers learn about different things, their approach to patient care, it's all very different, even within those same segments. So you could have two loyalists, if you want to call it, but our approach to them can't be the same because they may be two very different personalities. And that's the thing that I'm starting to see some cracks there, where we're starting to make some progress and learn more and uncover more about that side of the customer. But I think that's by and large been why we've been so behind. The other parts of it are kind of obvious, and they're things that everyone here knows. The fact that compared to other industries, we have the triad of customer between the patient, the HCP, and the payer. A lot of times data itself is a little murky. So there are some things that are very valid reasons. But I think it just boils down to that fear of failure overall, and then it becomes easy for us to just say, hey, this is how it's always been done. And no one really wants to go out on a limb and take risk and push the envelope. And I think that's, if I could make a generalization, and I know my colleagues up here don't fit into that mold because these guys are all driving innovation and doing amazing stuff for their companies. But if I could speak just broadly for the industry, I think that's what it comes down to.
Thank you for that. Rhonda, I did just want to sort of come back to you on that, just given sort of the pre-commercial angle and maybe whether it's confirmatory or contrary, but just get your perspectives on sort of some of the challenges as well.
Yeah, I think in terms of some of the challenges that that I'm experiencing from a pre-launch perspective is really being able to articulate the value in terms of what we need to do up front. So meaning that, investing in the technology, investing in some of the opportunities to learn more about our customers. It's a heavy price tag that's attributed to that. And so ensuring and getting the buy-in to move forward and to really push the envelope. So honestly, we can move forward with a launch where we have much more information, much more data that will allow us to really hit the ground running, specifically in a rare disease space, which is critically important to be very precise and reaching the right people. So kind of getting that buy-in from leadership, being able to invest in the tools and technology that's needed, and then ultimately kind of bringing the organization along in terms of what it is that we need in order to be successful at launch.
So if I could add to that, so at Marriott Therapeutics, we launched our first product December of last year, right? So this is our first time at market, transitioning from an R&D to a commercial company, right? Now, as a biotech, we can't compete with big pharma, right? We can't compete with the Amgens, with the BMSs, right, and the Pfizers, right? So, one thing to answer to this question is, what we found was that there was a lot of noise in the space, right? Especially if you look at channels, if you look at digital, if you look at paid media, there's a lot of the big players that are pouring money, right, in some of the same outlets, right? So when looking at data, right, and I think we all agree that data is important, right? But data is only as important as the human that's behind it to help synthesize it, assess it, and articulate it, right? And digest it, right? So getting a clear understanding of what platforms everyone is pouring money into, right, is very important, right? And then getting a clear understanding of who that audience that you're talking to, and those different personas should always be connected back to content. So we use module content, right? And this module content is really connected to our data and to our tech stack, and really comes back with an output based on the personas that we programmed the data stack to have, right? So, what we find, and what I've found over the years, is that a lot of companies, when we're thinking about if we're targeting HCPs, you automatically go to a Doximity or to like a Sermo, right? However, if you look at your peers are pouring a lot of money in those outlets, and you can become almost like a fish in a pond, right? So, or the sea. So what kind of the approach that we took is getting a clear understanding of what are the different sources, what's the scale of our audience segments across each of our channels, from social to search to programmatic to display, right? And then we did find that although a lot of our peers are pouring money into some of these outlets like Doximity, programmatic is actually a very cost-effective tool that allows us to kind of reach the audience, not just where they say they are, but where they're the most active, right? I think we often forget that HCPs also listen to podcasts, right? They listen, they could be on blogs as well, right? Programmatic will help you do that. So, when looking at some of the areas in which, I think that from the pharma space that I often find challenges is that a lot of us, and you were spot on with what you said, is from an innovative approach, right? A lot of folks they're very risk adverse, which of course to the legal folks in the building, that's music to your ears. But I would say that kind of use your data to go ahead and retrieve buy-in from your legal teams, right? And if your data tells you that there's other outlets that your customer is active on, then make sure that you use those user cases with you when you develop your pitch, right? Because there are other outlets out there that you could get real creative on that your customers across your entire customer ecosystem is very active on.
Thank you for those additions. Really helpful. Don't want to spend too long dwelling on the challenges and be too negative. So maybe we can switch gears and look forward in terms of how we can be more successful. Guidon, I'm going to come back to you, I think, and maybe expand on some of the pieces you were talking about. I think we all agreed data and understanding that customer is a critical building block in terms of success going forwards, getting closer to that 360-degree view and tapping into not just what customers are doing, but why they're doing things, what's driving treatment decision-making behaviors. So maybe you can expand on kind of what you've seen across your career and kind of in current role in terms of just what's important and critical in terms of building those enriched views. And I guess, are all data sets equal or some more important than others? Share some insights there.
Yeah, so, typically at the beginning of the year, when we're looking at or even before the beginning of the year, when we're looking at our planning for the next year, it's very important to align with your leadership on what your goals are for the year, right? You obviously have your corporate goal, but then you have your organizational goals that could be different throughout, right? From an omnichannel HCP perspective, what we've utilized quite often were ATU studies, right? Getting a clear understanding of putting very specific questions together that are really sent out to a targeted list of HCPs that match the persona that we're going after within our specific disease state. And again, we are a targeted oncology company, very targeted. So, we have a finite list of those HCPs. And then really getting from that information, start building tech stacks, right? And those tech stacks help us. We really position those tech stacks as one centralized view of data that's being ingested throughout the company, not just from the omni-channel, not just from commercial marketing, but everything from medical. As they're out there at medical events, right? And conferences, and they're speaking to HCPs, let's ingest that data from a corporate affairs perspective, corporate communications perspective, as we're doing unbranded campaigns throughout all these different sources, from SEM to programmatic to display. What are those? What does that data look like, and how can we match that data with our NPI data that we're collecting and ingesting from an omni-channel perspective? Right, even from an IT, even from a sales perspective as well, how can we take that data and ingest it and really put it all together in one data lake so that we can start putting together dashboards and tech stacks that kind of that speak to that. So when I think about a 360 approach, it's really I'm not really just thinking about just one area. It's really how best can you work with your organization to develop these different stacks that could then be used to utilize a data-driven strategy for your next, for your next campaign or for your next objective. I think all sources aren't created equal. It really depends on what your objective is at that particular time, and what your goals are. But you will have to obviously assess that as you're, of course, after you've aligned on those goals with leadership, but as you are engaging in those particular goals at that time.
I really like that idea of Customer 360 being an approach or a journey rather than the destination per se. But Zach, maybe can sort of build on what you're seeing from successes around the sort of the data and the data infrastructure side.
Yeah, I mean, I would look at data in kind of two different ways. You have the sort of wide, shallow lakes of information, and then the deep, narrow wells. That's sort of how I visualize it in my head, and it comes down to coverage of your customers. So a lot of times with the wide, shallow lakes, you have tons of coverage on your customers, but the information is sort of basic. It's not that really telling. When you get to those deeper insights, oftentimes you don't have that widespread across the board. It's from a small sample size. It could be a sample size from a market research study that's done, which is representative of that sample, but then the question comes, well, how do we apply this to our entire target list? Or it could be data from a particular software solution that has a customer base, or an EMR platform, something like that, that'll give you some deeper insights. But the key is bringing them together in ways where you can make sense of it. And I think it's, that's one of the challenges that we face, is that, I'm going to touch on this a bit in my session this afternoon, is that blending of the commercial and the tech space, and being able to effectively translate marketing goals and strategies into tech enablement. So I think there's a ton of data out there. A lot of times it's probably overwhelming to many people in the space, and the question comes down to how can we put it together and paint a picture of our customers in a way that's actionable. And always, what do we then do with that? How do we activate on that into our downstream systems? And then how do we learn from that to refine our approach to content design or strategies for our field teams, et cetera. So it's been sort of the new frontier for a number of years. So I don't want to say that this is something that's brand new and out there right now, but every year, even if you just look going back a couple years versus where we are now, it's almost night and day in terms of the just amount of information that's out there. And I think overall the consumerization from a customer perspective is going to be a big thing going forward. And just like every other industry out there has a profile on us as customers, that's something that we need to continue to build towards for our customers, and learn more about them as people, not just HCPs or oncologists or whatever specialty you guys may be dealing with in your day-to-day. But going back to what I said earlier, how do they learn about things? How do they consume information? What's their approach to patient care? And even things like, where do they practice? Because a lot of times that can be the ultimate deciding factor in their decision to use one treatment or another. Their hands may be tied, or they may be somewhere that has sort of an open type of formulary or pathway, and they kind of have a little more free reign to decide based on their own judgment. But it's bringing all of that information together and weaving it into our strategic objectives as marketers. It's the key going forward.
Yeah, I've always sort of chuckled with the concept of big data rather than necessarily big insight, and that insight driving action. I wish it was as simple as saying that if we get data right, then that's it, we can all go home. Sadly, that's not the case. So if we think beyond the sort of custom data sets, whether it's new channels, new technologies, is content still king, or are there people and process pieces that we need to bring together? Maybe I can come back to you, Aranda, and just kind of touch on what you see as some of those additional keys to success beyond the customer data piece.
Yeah, I can't emphasize enough how important data is. However, if we are to go beyond that, I think it starts with thinking about how our customers have evolved, meaning that what we consider the patient, evolving our thoughts around what the patient is to really transforming them to really their healthcare consumers. They want convenience. They want fast and accurate information. They want on-demand engagement. So thinking about it as they're taking control of their healthcare, they're Googling while they're in the office with their with their doctors, as the example previously, as well as our healthcare providers. They want a different experience. They demand a different experience, a better experience. Again, they want on-demand. They want to be able to control the information, when, the where, the how. So thinking about how our customers have evolved now, what does it take in order to engage with them? And I think really it boils down to designing a very deliberate infrastructure, the right infrastructure of the right people, the right processes, the right platforms and performance, thinking about how we can work together from a collaboration standpoint, getting, again, diversity of thoughts and ideas from the broader organization, not just the commercial organization, the medical organization, regulatory, et cetera. Understanding the customers from many different facets, areas within the organization is important. So just in terms of how we're approaching, how we're gathering that information, and how we're able to work together in order to deliver on that is really an area I think we can evolve to be able to leverage the data, but leverage it in a much more structured fashion and intent to get the information that we need from the broader organization.
Sorry, yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I'd love to build off of that. I think the last two questions really tie in together very specifically. I think there's a level of organizational focus that's required that will be a major factor in bringing these large projects together. Sometimes, as we've talked about on the stage here, data really is the new oil. Data underscores everything we do. And just thinking back to yesterday's sessions, a lot of these projects die at the data point, right? When you kind of get lost in the data realm, you start talking about physician-level data, big insights, trying to time it all together. A lot of people's eyes glaze over, and that's where these projects don't actually advance. So I think there's a level of organizational focus that's required. There's a lot of wind with change management going on and trying to progress things forward into a state where the customer really is at the center of what we're doing. That 360 view, sometimes without the right organizational focus, you can kind of get lost in everything that we're doing, right? And one of the keys I think will be critical is just trying to pick one capability, not broad strokes, trying to do everything everywhere at once, picking one specific capability. I think, Guyton, you mentioned modular content. Picking one specific stack and really focusing in on being excellent, I think is critical. And just working with the organization to bring everyone together. I remember 10 years ago, when I started non-personal promo, I was responsible for my budget, my search strategy, and that was my brand plan. So during brand planning, there's 10 people in a room, you each go, you present your little sections, you made your slides in a silo, everyone's aligned to the same SIs and BOs. 10 years now, it's completely different. We're co-creating our brand plans with our internal teams. They're actually now a stakeholder, a part of the brand, right? So I'm ideating with my commercial data team. I'm sitting with my market access team. I'm trying to figure out what market research I'll need to augment this. And we're doing this all collaboratively. And so I think, working together and in a focused fashion moving forward, I think will be critical, because there's a lot of distraction within our space. And if you kind of fall for that, you're spreading yourself thin. Instead of going deep, you're going broad, and that's where a lot of these projects will fail if there's not organizational focus tied to it.
Very encouraging to hear that notion of, I think, cross-functional collaboration, and then people and process as being the enablers that can pull through some of the data and sort of platform and technology components. So I'm going to ask us to get out our crystal balls a little bit here and sort of look to the future, to 2024 and beyond. What do we think HCPs and physicians in general are going to expect from pharma going forwards? Is it just about kind of fulfilling the promises we've already made, or do we think we're seeing some significant shifts in terms of kind of what good will look like in the eyes of our customers? Maybe Zach, I can start with you on this one.
Yeah, sure. If I really think about this, I kind of boil it down to what we're trying to do from a strategic standpoint with omnichannel is insert ourselves in our customers' heads. They're having a conversation in their mind, and what we want to do is find a way to seamlessly insert ourselves in that conversation that they're having in a way that supplements and enriches it, not interrupting them with branded ads. That sounds like a lot. It sounds a bit nebulous, but at its heart, I think that's what it is that we're trying to do. So going forward, how does that manifest? I think making things simple for our customers. Everyone's got a website. Every company has a website. Every brand has a website, and they're not all the same. And oftentimes, customers have to navigate them. For the most part, they're not going to our websites to waste 15 minutes and learn and educate themselves. They're going for something very specific. So how can we help them find things easier? I hate to sit up here and kind of sound like a tech bro, but if you look at some of the other things that are out there that everyone talks about, you've got Netflix, you've got Uber, Grubhub, all that. And I remember even a couple years ago when I was in the field and was a business director for the Western region, was out there with my teams all the time. I would hear in the clinic, nurses and doctors and staff debating over lunch, what's more straightforward to use, Uber Eats or Grubhub. And those are the types of things that really matter to them, and they talk about just how seamless their experiences are. And if there's a way for us to do what we do in a more seamless fashion, I think that's going to be a big disruptor going forward.
I think that's the exact word that our customers will expect in the future, seamless experiences. That's what a lot of everything we're talking about, big data, will allow us to do. I think the gentleman that spoke earlier, he talked about starting his child on Dupixent. A few weeks later, he's getting a book about the experience, right? That is seamless. Someone within the brand team thought through and was empathetic enough to build out that capability that reached them at the right time. And just the way he spoke about it, he was a brand advocate to all of us, right? And those seamless experiences, I think, will become an expectation. The same way that we get emails out of nowhere from these consumer products that roll on, the same way that Netflix will remind me to watch this film that just came out, I think our customers will expect a little bit more of those seamless experiences built into their overall journeys. And that's what we are mapping with trying to put the customers at the centers of what we're doing. It's trying to understand those friction points and what we can do to help further bring about seamless experiences. I think that's how I look at it and the innovation that I want to bring within my brand.
So I'm going to try and close us up and allow a little bit of time for questions. So I just want to do a bit of a quick fire to all the panelists. I'm going to start at the far end and sort of work down. But just some sort of final words of wisdom, pieces of advice from our panelists in terms of kind of how we as kind of members of the industry can really be successful in terms of customer experience and omni-channel initiatives going forward. So start with you, Corbana.
This is going to sound funny, but really simplifying things to do not be afraid to fail. A lot of these processes that we are talking about, they are iterative. They have to start somewhere, and you have to learn. That is just how big data works. You know, I look at my competition, I look at products that have been built, and if you're trying to truly bring about innovation, you're going to have an appetite for failure. Once you understand where things can be improved or optimized, you can continue to build and get to that standard of excellence that you're looking for. But if you are afraid to fail, you're never going to start, and you're going to stay in the same place that you've been. And that would be my advice, is setting expectations with the organization and really trying to make sure everyone is on the same page about where you're starting and where you may want to go. It may not be a one-year transition.
Guyton?
So I would say three things. First off is measure twice and cut once, right? When looking at any of your objectives throughout the year, and anything from an executional perspective, and I think this really goes back to what you were saying is, don't really lean on that fear of failure, right? Always remember the ABT rule, right? Always be testing, right? So make sure that you have a calculated decision by using that data and leaning on that data, and then providing that rationale back to your legal team, so that you're able to have that flexibility there. I think the other thing is what I would say is, number one, is it's extremely important to align with your leadership, right? To make sure that you level set on expectations, and they know, and you guys are aligned with what success looks like, for you to be able to get that same budget or even more for the next year.
Coming down, Zach?
I would say look for small, quick wins. Don't feel like you need to boil the ocean. I work on Keytruda, so trying to make any change there is like trying to turn a cruise ship on a dime. It takes several miles for that ship to sort of slow down and make a turn. So I think for ourselves, it's good to have ideas and a strategy that you're driving to, but recognize that this is transformational for our industry, let alone each of our individual companies. So to try to find those quick wins where you can and build on them, and that'll help gain momentum and continue to build organizational support. It'll help you and your teams build credibility, and then over time, you'll start to see the changes that you've made.
Last but not least.
Break down silos. Collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. Get the appropriate people involved and invested. And I think that will allow for open communication, visibility into your intent, buy-in, establish roles and responsibilities, so that there's a clear understanding of everyone's input and everyone has a stake in the game. So.
Thank you for that. Some really good insights. I think from my perspective, remember this is a journey, and a journey that you're going to need to learn to walk and jog before you start running and flying. I cringe every time I see Project Leapfrog as the next transformation project. It's all about jumping ahead, It's like, get the basics right first, and win those hearts and minds, do the change management, drive forwards. But wanted to thank everyone for their insights. Hope it's been an enjoyable panel. I'm looking to Simon to see if we've got any time for a question or two before we wrap up.
Yes, absolutely. Real quick, let's give Matthew, Aronda, Gaitan, Zach, and Kwabena a round of applause for a wonderful orchestrated panel. That was excellent. Thank you all. Really enjoyed that. We've got time for questions. Let's go. Bob, hands are raised. Got to get moving quick.
That was really great stuff. I love this idea around it doesn't have to be a big, giant project to be impactful. And we've heard that theme. I'm actually going to talk about that a little bit later, too, so that's why I love that. But my question to you as pharma marketers, and this sounds like a simple question, but I'm just kind of curious about it. How much do you just ask the HCP or the HCPs that you're marketing to what they want? Like, do you do a lot of that? Do you have, like, I don't know, focus groups or anything like that where you can just go directly to the HCPs and say, hey, what experience do you want from us? And I'm just, it seems like a simple thing, but I'm curious if you do it.
Does anyone want to take it?
I have a good example. Just the other week, I had my wallet stolen, so I need to get a new license in California. I go to the DMV. It's a good experience. I go through the process. I go home, and a day later, they send me an email asking for feedback on how the process went, and completely blew my mind. I'm like, why would they even care? But as I think about our industry, I think what you're talking about is actually a challenge for us, which is getting input from the customers on what they actually want. I think we normally rely on ATUs, we have to do market research. So getting that feedback is actually a challenge from my perspective. Real-time input is critical. The same way the DMV waited a day and sent out almost an alert and asked me for feedback on their process, they're ingesting that and they're gonna improve their process, like they're actually gonna look at it, which surprised me. So I think within our space, there has to be more of an appetite to actually figure out, is it an ATU light? Like, do we have key opinion leaders that we can tap into to really get this feedback? One of the ways that I try and make some of my content iterative, I'm thinking about CRM journeys and building out Salesforce-driven email journeys, but within those emails, a way to receive feedback or input that ties to, is this content actually helpful? But I think there has to be more of an appetite because I see that as a challenge in terms of, is the product that we're building actually relevant to you and your practice? The main channel that we have is market research, which is a little bit slow in how it's built. So that's an area that probably needs a little bit of transformation, I would say.
Yeah, I would totally agree with that. Everything you said is spot on. At a high level, I would say yeah, but the challenge is how then do we sort of map that to individual customers and sort of know what is it that they want at a very granular, target list type of level. We've done things like putting out feedback, into emails that we put out there, headquarters-based emails. We're looking to expand that to some of the offerings that we're doing with our third-party partners as well. As you can imagine, the feedback generally is fairly low in terms of numbers of responses, but in aggregate, it helps give us a signal. So those types of things are still emerging. We've gotten good learnings from some of them so far to say, hey, this piece of content that we put out really doesn't seem to be hitting the mark. By and large, let's go reevaluate. So it is helpful to a degree. But by and large, I think it comes down to mapping that feedback that we hear from customers in market research to the individual level. Because we know that there's generally a couple different groups of personalities that are out there. There's the group of docs, and this generally holds true across all therapeutic areas. There's going to be the ones that say, I don't want anything from pharma. I can read the data. I know how your product compares against the other. I'm going to make the decision, get the hell out of my way. Then there's going to be others that are looking for resources and things for their patients, whether it's financial, whether it's support programs. Then you're going to find others that are interested in networking and learning from their peers. So you have these broad-based attitudinal differences and things that they want are sort of varied. But how then do we apply that at an N of 1 level?
Oh.
I think my question is specifically for Gaetan here. You're coming fresh off a launch. And you mentioned the tech stack a lot. And as a group, you've all mentioned testing and small wins. I feel like that's one of my challenges, introducing this mindset of switching from multi-channel to omni-channel and trying to find those. Try this one small technology piece that'll get you this small win so you can prove it back into your team for more investment. Do you have any fresh, very specific examples of some technologies that you use when you're going from into launch that I could use in my day-to-day to kind of sell in? Any examples of very, very specific programs or technologies that you use during launch?
Yeah, I said I would think one technology that we use quite often, right, is number one is we have it's Tableau, right? It's a Tableau dashboard that we use where it was very important during the beginning of the launch to get a clear understanding of number one, who are the HCPs that we're seeding and who are the HCPs that we're starting to send soft messaging to, both from a rep trigger emails as well as HQ emails, to get a clear understanding of what they were engaging with, what content they were engaging with, for us to do a lot of test and learns to really see what's the main bulk of that content that we want to go out with once we actually launch. We also used Amplify, right? So this is something that we partner very closely with our OAMs to use when they're out in the field. So they could actually talk to an HCP, and then once that launch kicks off, they'll see some banner ads that come up directly on some of the IP traced websites that they're going to, right? So really getting ahead of number one, what is some of that messaging that's working prior to launch that we can kind of lean in to, right, after the launch, and then seeing, since we launched in second line, getting a clear understanding of what our peers' messaging are from an efficacy perspective, how should we tweak that, and then really get that learning. So using Tableau dashboard really helped us in the beginning when really feeding into having one centralized location where that data was that we could analyze and use for the next step after we launch.
Can I ask you a quick clarifying question? Was the Tableau an extension of like Salesforce or Viva? Was Tableau like the dashboard display of data from other sources, right?
Actually, no, this was separate. This is a separate dashboard, right? Okay. But we used our Viva as well. That was connected to the Tableau dashboard.
Nice. Thank you.
Quick question on your content approach. So, in thinking back to Oz's discussion yesterday on bringing the organization along and this omni-channel AI data understanding, various degrees of sophistication, especially probably for a larger organization that's trying to turn the ship. So, from a content perspective, that still seems to be siloed in many cases. You've got payer content, you've got creative agencies, medical communications partners developing different kinds of content. Maybe they sync, maybe they don't. I continue to hear the modular approach, which I think makes perfect sense, all aligned to that. In practice, it doesn't seem to work that way. So how are you guys working internally to ensure that that customer experience from a content perspective is pulled through cross-functionally?
It's definitely something that we're seeing as lagging. Like, I think the pandemic was go channel and, kind of get all the pipes in place, but you're still pushing sort of, PDF versions of this stale content through. Modular content is spoken about a lot, but to your point, I don't think it's fully reached scale yet. But I think, Guyton, you mentioned you were taking a modular approach, right?
Yeah, so we all looked at each other and laughed after you asked that question. I mean, I think it's really a work in progress, right? And it's getting a clear understanding. So, for example, our modular content approach is when we have NPI data, right, and we're tracking a lot of the activity and the visitors coming to our website, for example, that's one source. What are they clicking on, right? We have a heat map on each of the destinations to get an understanding of where are they staying on the website. We have different fill-out forms within the website that HCPs, if they want more information, they can actually fill that out, both from the corporate website and the branded website, right? So that we kind of, we really go back to the data, right, and the engagement on these different pieces of content for us to come back and develop a list of new, fresh pieces of content targeted at on an NPI level, right? So it's not just all traffic that comes to the website, right? It's more about what is the NPI data telling us, right? What does that match look like? And then what's that engagement look like on content? And how can that provide us insights to start developing a list of new content to test out to different sources? Now, we know that every channel is not the same, right? Someone used the term boiling the ocean, right? We want to stay away from boiling the ocean, right? It's more about using some of those insights and engagement. And then from a source perspective, being able to deliver that content in a way that's digestible to that actual source. So again, I mean, it's obviously not perfect science, right? And it's definitely a lot of learnings that we're doing a lot of custom like web makeup to put together module content. But you know, it really comes down to really being able to invest in the right tools that you're able to track that user experience, really tied to the NPI data to give us that insight.
And to build off that, I get this a tick when someone mentions modular content, because now we've gone from modular content, which most people aren't doing well at all, to AI that would create your content for you, right? So most people have not even perfected the first step. Before you get to modular content, do you even have a crystal clear view of your customer to understand that they want modular content? That's where my thinking kind of lies, is we need to understand the customer's needs before we just try to introduce modular content for the sake of introducing the technology because we have it, right? It's, do the customers actually want modular content? When you kind of break into that question, there's only so many ways you can slice up a visual aid. And so that's the larger question, is do we have a clear understanding of what the customer's needs are? Do we have a process in place for them to share with us what their needs are before we focus on modular? Modular content has a place within what we're all doing because it will save costs, right? Like that's the overall organizational affinity for its cost saving, right? But before you invest so heavily in everything being modular, you really have to understand your customer's needs before you go there. I've used modular content in CRM emails, right? Just to try and vary up how the emails are being built. So that's one specific use case where I found modular has a place, but you can imagine the investment it took to even get there, and then also the kind of struggle that it was to integrate that data. It wasn't easy, and we're not really doing it well. Like, we're not at the excellent pillar. One of the ideas that I had before modular, as I talked about the crystal clear view of our customer, I started to introduce this concept of affinity scores. I actually worked with my ZS team on calculating physician HCP affinity to our digital content. Do they actually like the content that they're receiving? And I built that into our persona views. It's their affinity. Some physicians have an affinity for print, some have an affinity for digital. So I started using those scores to really key in and feed that information into our systems that would kind of help my rep plan what they're doing, and also giving my reps visibility into what I'm doing. So just some advice. It's more related to, before you get to modular or generated, do we really understand what the customer's needs are, and do we even have like a way to score that within our segmentation?
The one last thing I would say is don't fall into the trap of technology being your proxy for innovation. I think this is a space, Aronda, you mentioned it earlier, with content and the medical legal review and just the built-in muscle memory that exists in the industry as a whole, whether you're a new organization or an established player. You've got to focus on the people and process changes to enable that, and not expect a content modular platform to be the silver bullet. Otherwise, as with many other instances, you're going to be asking the questions on ROI 12, 24 months down the road. So there's a lot of, I think, internal people and process pieces that need to come before your modular content platform and your DAM and your content tagging and everything else to get it right, and then start to see the results. Oh.
I think you both were reading my mind. I actually wanted to focus on that a little bit, because it seems like a lot of the topics are, hey, I need more data, or I need more technology, and at the core of it, we're marketers, right? So could you guys elaborate a bit more on like the importance of measurement and how that should be more of a focus versus, hey, I need a new platform or I need more data? Could you talk a little bit about that? You touched on a little bit with your affinity comment there.
Yeah, measurement frameworks, that's where I spend a lot of my time these days, is making sure before any project goes out, we are all aligned on what we are measuring, right? I think there's a critical need before you even kick off a project to look at the capabilities of measurement. A lot of the stuff that we were talking about, in terms of insight generation and data, you have to have tags in place to even be able to visualize that. I fight tooth and nail to capture every piece of physician level data, because that's critical to the insights I'm looking to drive. So just in my experience, sitting down and stopping the project even before it kicks off to really map out that measurement framework with my partners internally and also externally has been critical to the success of some of the transformation that I'm bringing to my brands. But that frameworking aspect, you can't skip it in terms of the process. We have to understand, are we tracking engagement? Are we looking at time on site? Are we looking at unsubscribes as a metric, right? I think visualizing and laying that out as a framework or guide is helpful, and that's a part of bringing your cross-functional partners along the journey with you. It's not just marketing that owns that, because I need to work with my data team to tag all of that content. They need to understand that it's tied to a specific campaign or a specific strategy, right? So frameworking is critical. I don't think you can skip it in my experience, and starting with that, like rather than ending with it is really important, because that's how you set expectation.
I know we've gone over now, so we've done an excellent job of being ahead and now going over time in
full
classic
circle.
conference form.
No, well, first of all, again, thank you all. Let's give a hand to Matt, Aronda, Zach, Gaetan, and Corbina. That was a wonderful discussion. I know that we could talk about this all day, which is a great thing, because that's why we're all here, right? So we are going to take a quick break now. Just a quick mention, thank you to Matt and the team at IQVIA for allowing us for supporting this event as one of our sponsors as well. We wouldn't be able to put these events on without the great support we get from our industry partners. So we really appreciate that. We're going to take a 15-minute break outside. Coffees, there's some snacks and things, so get yourself refreshed. We've got another 3 sessions to jump into before lunch as well. So we'll reconvene at 11:15. Thank you again all for a wonderful panel. It's been a pleasure to have you join us.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to crack on. We've got 3 more sessions to get through before lunch now. And we're going to jump right into it with our next speaker this morning. So we're moving on to, in similar trend to what we've been discussing already, there's a nice flow of conversation going on. We're going to continue now with Monica Tai, who's the Director of Launch Excellence and Commercial Strategy and Operations at Johnson & Johnson. Monica is going to be talking and discussing establishing a culture of agility to become more customer-centric. So we're definitely touching on the culture theme again, and agility, adaptation, and so on. Random piece of information about Monica. She has specifically broke out of her training regimen this morning to join us because she's doing the New York Marathon in a couple of weeks. So kudos to you. That's very impressive. And she's never done a marathon before. So let's give her a little round of applause and welcome Monica as our next speaker today.
Is it on? Okay. Yep, Simon's right. I've never run a marathon before. The longest I've ever run is 10K, so it's going to be fun. I have been training. I've done my regimen. I've been very disciplined, but I'm probably more nervous about that than I am right now, so everyone cross your fingers for me. All right. So like he said, I am Monica Tai. I'm currently a Director of Launch Excellence at Janssen, which is now called Johnson & Johnson Innovative Medicine. I'm here to talk about culture of agility. I'm going to start off by saying I'm not an expert in culture. I'm not a PhD in organizational behavior. I've never worked in HR. I'm just like you guys. I'm a middle manager in marketing at a big pharma company with a lot of structure, a lot of red tape, and a lot of bureaucracy. But that gives me kind of 2 superpowers for today, right? One, I'm going to be giving some really realistic advice because I'm not low enough in the totem pole where I think everyone's amazing above me and I just adore them, right? And I'm also not high enough in the organization where I got to put up a front so that people continue to adore me, right? So I'm going to be very realistic. Secondly, I'm going to be relatable because I've been in your shoes. I know it takes 2 to 3 rounds of copy approval, right, just to get a stupid banner ad out there. I also know what it feels like when your leadership says, I don't think your forecast is quite high enough. I'm going to throw a dart at the wall and say, yeah, you got to raise that up at least by that percentage. I know how that feels. So I'm going to be extremely relatable when I tell my story today. And this is my personal story, right? So take it with a grain of salt, but I'm here to kind of walk you through my idea of culture and how to produce a culture of agility. You guys take it with a grain of salt, but I do want to teach you what I've had to learn the hard way so that you don't have to do it the hard way too. All right, so culture of agility, why do we need it? I don't think I need to explain it to you guys. You've just been through sessions, right, about how hard it is to boil the ocean. And so we should take little steps at a time, incremental change. That's how we're going to make changes. And very similarly, culture of agility actually does come with small incremental changes, which I'll get to in a little bit. Now, there's 2 reasons why I am up here today telling you about culture. And it's really my 2 unique experiences that I had in my 2 prior roles. The first role, I was a director of customer experience, probably much like you guys. I was in the cardiovascular franchise at Janssen. You can look that up. It's Xarelto. You know what it is. We serve over 2 million patients a year, which is awesome. But every time you make a little, small, minute change, it could cause a lot of ripples out there in the marketplace. Now, I had the really fortunate experience of working for some really innovative leaders, people that wanted to disrupt, break the culture. And that was amazing, because we actually developed Janssen's very first direct-to-patient selling program. That's right, direct-to-patient. No insurer, no wholesaler. There's still a pharmacy, but everything else wiped out. And it was hard. It was extremely hard. But we were able to make the impossible possible. Took about 5 years, I'm not gonna lie, 5 years to build it, to launch it, to scale it. But those 5 years, probably the hardest 5 years of my life thus far. And I am older than I look, so believe me, I've had a lot of work experience. Very hard 5 years, but I loved it. I loved every single moment of it. And if I had to stay up until 3 a.m. working on a presentation deck, I was happy to do it because I was excited it was going to move things forward. Now fast forward to my current role. I'm a director of launch excellence. So what does that mean? My job is to investigate basically all the prior launches and figure out what went right, but more importantly, what went wrong. Formalize it, and then prevent that from happening again in our future pipeline. And this role has been very interesting. You know, part of my job is just to interview people, right, who have been on these teams. And there's one shared experience that's true for all the teams that had suboptimal launches. They either didn't meet their forecast, something went really awry 2 weeks before PDUFA, or eventually they had to relaunch. And when I interviewed these people, that shared experience, they all said, "This is the hardest I've ever had to work, and I hated it. Absolutely hated it and would never do it again." So I had these two experiences. One of love, one of hate. And to me, I'm like, wait a minute, how could it be so different? Right? So now I'm in the mode of comparing and contrasting. I looked at everyone's operating expense, funded. I looked at everyone's FTEs. They got the headcount they needed. Everyone had the resources to do their job. Maybe it was business complexity. Maybe some of those launches were just harder than others. Not really. So we're on pretty even level ground. And if we were in a race, everyone started from the same starting point. So then what was causing a love-hate relationship, right? Why were some of these launch teams not even able to reach the finish line, whereas others were just accelerating and continuously accelerating? So that's what I'm here to talk about today, the results of my own study. And I think you guys are gonna enjoy this because it's full of memes. So please laugh with me as we go through this, all right? So the first hypothesis I had was, oh, it must be really bad leadership, okay? Because a company with poor management probably looks like this. Company with good management probably moves faster, right? Just physically. If you have 4 people carrying a cart, that's gotta move faster than 3 people carrying dead weight. But when I interviewed all these launch teams, this was not their experience. Their experience was this. How many of you guys can relate to this? Yep. Yep. So how does this happen? How do we end up with organizations that literally don't know their left from their right side? Well, I figured it out after doing a lot of analysis, and it basically breaks down to 3 decision points. All right? I'm going to take you through this journey. First, strategy. Do you have a good strategy? Do you have a terrible strategy? Is it strong? Is it weak? It doesn't matter. It actually doesn't matter. What matters is, does the team buy into it? Okay? Now, if you came up with a really terrible strategy and you have hired some good people, they're gonna tell you it's crap, right? So maybe hire good people so that they can tell you it's crap. But let's say you're an amazing marketer. You come in with a foolproof business case for how you're gonna do this thing. You got the insights, you got the data, you even have the execution all planned out. So the team is bought in, and awesome, yay, we're ready to do amazing things. But you and I both know that 99% of the time, this does not happen, right? Most of the time, you get some of these faces. Yeah, everyone familiar with Michaela Maroney? You know, she was only in one Olympics, but man, she will be remembered forever for this face. So here's the first decision point. What do you do about this? Do you see this moment of uncertainty, of undecidedness? And do you do something about it, or do you just choose to ignore it and say, my strategy is amazing, I'm gonna push forward? Well, if you do that, then you have a problem, right? Because everyone's gonna keep giving you that face. So the question is, are you going to learn? Are you gonna seek to understand? If you don't, this is gonna happen. Your employees are gonna feel like they're on an endless hamster wheel, just running, trying to execute all your tactics endlessly without any performance. And you're gonna be standing on the side yelling, faster, faster! But you don't actually see any of those TRXs or MBRXs go up. And then what's gonna happen is everyone burns out. And you're left with a team full of people who don't wanna do anything, or they quit on you. And now you have to put out all the fires that you created in the first place. All right, let's take a more positive turn. Let's go back. Let's say that you actually do want to learn. So you set up one-on-ones. You want to understand why Michaela looks this way, okay? And as soon as you put that calendar invite on her calendar, she now knows you're observant. All right, there's hope. My boss is observant. I'm gonna actually have to show up to work now, and I'm gonna have to be attentive in all of her meetings. All right, so there's hope. But here's the second decision point. When you have that one-on-one, are you actually listening? Are you actively listening? Are you clarifying? Are you acknowledging? Are you repeating? Does she actually think you were listening? Or are you so beholden to your idea that you're just defending it the whole time? You guys remember this? Yeah, now I've really aged myself. When this happens, you lead to ultimate doom again. You gotta be really careful, right? Because now you have a reputation, and eventually you'll only be able to be promoted to assistant regional manager. No. I think it was assistant to the regional manager, right? Yep. So we gotta be careful here too. When someone's telling you their concerns, you actually need to listen, all right? So, you listen, now they look at you with this face. What are you gonna do about it? Right? Because actions speak louder than words. So you have your third decision point. Do you allow time for debate now? Are you going to address it? Now, like a lot of middle managers, right, I've had this thought myself. I've already made promises to upper management that this thing is going to be delivered by this date. The rest of my team is already executing. If I do anything to disrupt it, we're never going to make that deadline. So the question is, do I pause right now, or do I just quietly put it aside and keep going? if I quietly put it aside, this is how Michaela Maroney is going to feel. She's at the bottom of the totem pole. She told you her concerns, you ignored them, and she is not important. That's how she's going to feel. And then the next time that she has a concern, oops, I'm going backwards, I'm sorry. The next time she has a concern, she's just going to sweep it under the rug. Because that's easier, right, than going through this whole process again of voicing her concern. Because that's not an easy thing to do. It takes a lot of courage, and you got to build a whole business case, too, to convince your boss, right? So she's not going to do that. Instead, she's going to pretend that risk doesn't even exist. Or worse, she's going to sweep it under the rug, and then when you fail, she'll say, I knew that was going to happen. Definitely don't want that to occur. All right, so let's say you do allow time to address, and you give it some finite time, right? You're like, okay, let's bring the team together. Michaela, please present for what your concern is, and we'll discuss it for an hour. Now she feels, all right, like I got a mic, right? Damn, I'm good. So she discusses it. The whole team is engaged, and this is actually what a lot of managers are scared of. But there's only 3 results that could come out of this, and they're actually all good. All right, let me walk you through them. The first is the team recognizes, oh, wait, there is risk. This is a valid concern. And it's a high risk, so we should probably scenario plan it. Okay, that's a good thing. It means that now the team is strengthening on your strategy, right? Second thing that could happen is they say, okay, it's a valid concern, but it's actually low risk, very low probability it'll happen, and if it happens, we'll do this. We already know what to do. Well, that's good too, because when you present to leadership the next time, they're gonna probably come up with all sorts of what-if questions too. What if this happens? What if that happens? Well, now you'll just be extra prepared. You already had that scenario planned out. The last thing that could happen, the third option, is that Michaela voices her concern, and everyone agrees. That's a concern, but don't worry, 0 risk, because person A over here is already working on it. That's awesome. Michaela now feels validated, right? And you've learned that your team actually has a communication problem. If someone's already working on it, you've dedicated an FTE to that problem. And Michaela doesn't know about it. Well, now you have a chance to improve your communication channel. And it gives everyone an opportunity, especially the quiet ones, to actually speak up and give a status of their project. So all 3 scenarios, good, 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 right? So we shouldn't be scared to take a strategic pause, to take a step back and say, have I considered everything? Strategies are not ever 100%, no matter how smart you are, all right? So now that we've gone through this whole debate, Michaela's feeling pretty good. What do you think is going to happen now? Yay! Michaela's bought in. Now we're ready to do awesome things, right? And now the team is super engaged to continue to problem solve. So why did I go through this whole journey of memes? Was it just to entertain you? Yeah, probably. But also, memes are interesting because they're like a tiny little moment, right? As you're doing your doom scrolling before you go to bed. It's like a tiny little moment where you can relate. It actually drives some type of feeling out of you, right? It might even cause an action where you want to share this information. And very similarly, culture is built in these tiny moments too. People talk about culture like it's this high-level set of principles you have to live by. It's a mindset. Yeah, it is. You can have a culture team, right, at your company. You can do a lot of different events to help with culture. But at the end of the day, culture is how your employees feel Sunday night as they're getting ready for the work week. Okay? And it's how they feel that's going to drive them to be a part of this human pyramid. So, these tiny moments matter. Okay? Whether you decide you want to learn, you want to listen, you want to allow time to debate, these little moments matter a lot. Now I'm going to share my story of how I learned things the hard way. And you'll probably appreciate it because I did all these things wrong. Okay? So like I was saying, I was a director of customer experience, right? And we were building our direct-to-patient selling model. Initially, when we came up with the idea, we said, okay, we want to solve for a problem that is very special to Xarelto. It is a Medicare problem. Okay, Xarelto has 11 different indications, but 70% of those patients are on Medicare. So what does that mean? It means they can't use a copay card, right? They can't leverage any of our affordability support. And because we're a non-specialty drug, the donut hole still occurs every single summer, predictably. And so we know our sales drop, right? January, people will come back, but a lot of people fall off because they can't deal with that 3 times multiple of a copay in the month of August. So we needed to address this affordability challenge. And we talked to the lawyers. We're like, what can we do? Can we do a voucher? No. Can we develop a whole nother copay? No, can't do that either. At the end of the day, the only thing we could do was sell directly, like a cash model. So we're like, okay, great, let's do it. Let's build out this whole program. About 2 months into it, I get stopped in the hallway at the office. This was back when we were still in the office. And it's the account director who calls on Aetna and CVS. And he says to me, Monica, I heard about what you're doing. And I love how clever you are because I'm a shareholder of J&J. But for my normal day-to-day job, you're killing me. Like, what are you doing? He said, wait, what? What do you mean? This is a great program. It's going to help a ton of our patients. And he goes, no, because as soon as you put out a cash price, that is an 85% discount of the WAC. The payers are going to come knocking at my door and ask, what are you doing? Why are you giving them a discount and not giving me the same discount? Now every payer is going to come in and ask for that same discount. And now you've cannibalized the entire Xarelto portfolio. You can imagine, I'm like standing in the hallway, right, backing up like, oh no. This sounds like a very serious concern. So I set up more time. I learned. I listened. But here's where I kind of failed. I knew these were concerns that needed to be addressed. I mean, it's pretty obvious. This is a big one. But I didn't know how to address it. I didn't have a solution, right? So for 2 to 3 months, it's just radio silence because me on the back end, I'm working with my finance partners, right? We're like modeling out cannibalization rates. What are the payers gonna do? Is there aggression scenarios? What's all the sensitivity if we took another percent of rebate? I mean, these conversations were all happening, but no one told that account director. So he felt ignored, and what did he do? He went to his boss, his boss, his boss's boss, and one day as I'm walking out of work, getting in my car, I get an email from the head of market access at Janssen, and it's in all caps, all right? All caps, bolded, underlined, and it says, Stop what you're doing right now. Yeah, so, close my car door and I run back in. I go find my boss. We resolved it. It took probably another 3 months to get everyone comfortable. We came up with a risk mitigation plan. We were like, okay, let's pilot it, maybe 1 or 2 states. Let's see if there's a reaction, right? On the back end, we'll develop reactive messaging. We'll do all this stuff. Now they're feeling way better, way better. And now they're actually engaged. So we got them to be part of the human pyramid. Another 6 months passes by. Now it's supply chain and the tax department knocking at my door. I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't even know you guys existed. All right. Here they are, another concern. They said, Monica, we are only used to selling to a handful of wholesalers and distributors. Now you're telling me you're going to do this thing for Xarelto and that there's going to be 50,000 patients in the first year? Are you kidding me? We don't have the ability to put in all those sales orders. I was like, whoa, that is a real practical thing. I didn't think about that, right? What marketer is thinking about that? Then the tax department says, and if you're going to sell directly to patients, now you have to book revenue at where you sent it, which is the patient's home address. And we have to file taxes on all of those addresses. So, who else came knocking at my door? Privacy. They were like, are you kidding me? And this thing continued to repeat. And I probably cycled through this journey 100 times, or at least it felt that way. But as we went through, right, and I learned, I listened, we debated, we brainstormed, each person that raised a concern ended up being one of the biggest advocates of the program. And so I'm excited to tell you that that program has helped now over 80,000 people, right? Over 100 people at Janssen have touched it, have shaped it, built it, delivered it. And they all still talk about Janssen Select as one of the most exciting things they've ever worked on. That is what we aim to do, right, as leaders? And what's even more exciting is even after I left the job, right, and I moved on to my new role, you can see that the team continues to accelerate. In 1 year, they were able to move that website and relaunch it 7 different times. There's now an agile IT squad that works on it because it's an e-commerce site that collects its own credit card and everything. All right, that's pretty cool. The other thing that we've seen, right, is that now people on the team are coming up with their own ideas. Someone on the team said, wait a minute, why are we only doing 30-count bottles? We know that 90-count bottles would be better for the program, right? Less operational costs, less mailing, and it actually drives adherence. That's awesome. Let's do it. And then we gave a bulk discount for a 90-day bottle. That's actually a growth driver. But all the ideas are now coming from the people on the team. They're touching it, they're living it, they're excited, they want to make it better. And so going back 5 years and thinking to myself, oh my God, I don't even want to touch Xarelto.com. You can only touch that once a year because it's so much work. To now, wow, we're doing new things on this website every 6 weeks. That's a culture change, a natural culture change that everyone actually wants, but we got to model it out as leaders. Okay, so I leave you guys with this understanding, right, that agile culture has to start with you, especially the middle managers. How you make your employees feel is actually going to deliver for years on end, believe me or not. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Monica. That was wonderful. Really, really fantastic example to end on there. Couple of quick questions we've got time for before we move on, if anybody wants to chime in on that. Anyone? No? Okay. All right. Well, thank you again, Monica. That was great. Thank you. Okay. Oh, sorry about that. There you go. Right. So we're going to move on. Right, so we're making good time. I would now like to introduce our next speaker this morning, I should say, and we've got this presentation and then one following on from it. I'd like to welcome Amanda Konopko, who's the lead consultant designer at FFW. Just for context as well, I know some of you already met with Kelly from FFW and Cheney earlier on this week as well. FFW, we're delighted to have them as one of this year's event sponsors as well. They're experts in all things digital experience in healthcare. And Amanda is going to be joining us this afternoon, or I should say this morning, to dig into the value of content modeling. So again, there'll be a little bit of time for Q&A at the end. Please join me in welcoming Amanda as our next speaker today. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I was going to stand over there, but I'm going to do this instead. Okay, so we're going to talk about content modeling today. My name's Amanda Konopko. I am a lead content designer at FFW. We are a mix of UX practitioners and traditional content strategists. So we're a little bit different than a normal content designer, which is normally just a UX writer. If you haven't stopped by and met FFW yet, we are a global agency. We do everything from strategy to implementation. And today we're going to talk about content modeling and the value you can get from that. So we're going to go through definitions. We're going to talk about the difference between content models and design systems, how technology plays a role, and then we're going to go through the actual value that you can get from it. So what is a content model? I get this question all the time. But first, let's talk about some common challenges. So when you don't have structured content, you will hit a lot of these challenges in your digital experiences. So it can cause inconsistencies in your UX, in your content strategies, makes it difficult for your users to navigate, also makes it difficult for your content editors. Sometimes they can't find the content that they're looking to manage. Sometimes they have to manage multiple versions of the same piece of content, and that just becomes a nightmare. If you can't manage your content properly, then you can't deliver that to your users properly. And then, of course, content design, technical debt. I think we all face this as we're growing and doing digital transformations. Sometimes our systems are very old, and we have cobbled together custom solutions, and that makes it really, really difficult to scale. And when you don't have structured content to start, migrating your old content becomes a disaster. So how can a content model help you, and what is it? A content model helps to document all of the content within your system, and it also explores the relationships in your digital system of that content. There are different levels of fidelity to content models. We'll go through a couple of those today, and I'll give you some examples. And really what it does is it helps to build a mutual understanding of all of the requirements that your content in your system would hold, and it also helps to figure out some of those UX requirements as well. So what are the different types of content models? As you can see, there's different levels of fidelity, and in most cases, you're going to start with the lowest fidelity, and then you're going to build upon that. You're not just going to start a data model from scratch. It'll drive you insane. So you're going to start with the lowest fidelity. Our conceptual models are going to be used to validate concepts. They're going to be very high-level versions of your content map, and you're going to start to draw those relationships. So you can see in this diagram here, we're talking about an event, we're at an event, so why not use that as an example? And we've mapped out a couple of the pieces of high-level content, and then we figured out how they relate to one another. And usually you'll see this done in early discovery phases or when you're doing a redesign to uncover all of the requirements that are going to be around your content, and also just to make sure that you know about all of the content in your system. Next is system models. And system models usually start breaking down each of those high-level pieces of content. So here you'll see we broke down the person content type, and we also broke down session, which wasn't in our last model. We had program in our last model. And as you're going through and you're adding more fidelity, you may find that there are additional content types that you have to add in, that you have to explore. So this helps you uncover some gaps that you may have missed, as well as it helps you map the different individual pieces of that structured content type to other individual smaller attributes. And we at FFW like to use this in our road mapping stage for design. So we'll use these to help us understand what we need to wireframe and what sort of components or things that we would need in our design system. Now we're getting into the crazy spreadsheets that make everyone's eyes glaze over, but a content designer loves them. So these are our data models. This is going to take all of those attributes from your system model, and it's going to break those down into individual parts, and it's going to break them down at a field level so that you can start to see what are the requirements for adding this content into a content management system. So this is making sure that your content editors are going to be able to manage and support the content that you're designing for in your system. In this example, you'll also see that there are fields that won't show up on the front end, like the slug. That's your URL patterning. But there are going to be things in here like metadata and other fields that are going to help your content, but maybe won't show up in your UX or on your site. And before we jump into this, I'm going to take a quick sip of water. Okay, so content models and design systems. For those of you that don't know what a design system is, a design system combines pattern libraries, fonts, colors, all of the good design things, and it brings those together to form reusable components, templates, builds out your design system. And this helps you to achieve consistent visual design at scale, but it lacks the content relationships and structure documentation that a content model would give you. So how do you add the content model into the design process? So you're going to want to take a content-first approach and use that as your initial foundation to build your system. And you're going to want to let that inform your design process. So you're going to want to start with that lower fidelity and start to build up throughout the process. It is an evolving artifact, so make sure that you are consistently checking back in. Once you get into a mock-up stage or you're looking at designs, sometimes you will see that new requirements come up and new ideas are happening. So you constantly need to be checking back in with your content model to make sure that you're evolving that artifact throughout the process. So content models and technology. So the next stage of the process, once you get through design, how does your content model affect technology? So technology will play a key role. If you know the type of technology, it's going to help you in making your content model. If you don't know the type of technology, that is okay too. You can do this agnostically. You want to set the best baseline possible, and then you can evolve from there. So once you choose a technology, you can then make changes. Maybe that CMS doesn't have a specific feature that you needed. That's okay. You can evolve the document. So it's really important to keep whoever is doing your content model on the project as long as possible, because this will be evolving over time. So what about omni-channel strategies? Those are different. You know, you're not just building for one tool anymore, you're building for many different touch points. So it's really important when you're choosing a tool to think about, is it going to be omni-channel? Is it going to be one channel? And if you're choosing omni-channel, you want to make sure that your content model is going to support that strategy and that you choose a CMS that is also going to support that strategy. So now that we've talked about content models and you know the basics and you know how they interact with the process, how can they help you? Content models help to inform structured and thoughtful systems. And they can give you consistency and efficiency in making sure that your content managers can manage the content properly, can push and syndicate content out to omni-channel strategies, as well as it's going to make sure that your design system is accurate as well, because the content that's going in is fueling your design system. And if the content is not consistent, your design system also can't be consistent. This is also going to save you time in editing, so your managers can edit one piece of content instead of 10 pieces of content. You'll have more standardized governance. So if you have a well thought out content model, it sets a baseline for you of what your content editors need to add into the systems. And you can still have autonomy and flexibility, but this sets a baseline for them. Here are the things that you need in order for this to be functional on the touch points that you're sending it to. It also helps to inform editorial workflows. I know y'all have to deal with a lot of legal implications, and those workflows are often difficult to deal with. So choosing a tool that has really great features for being able to really control that workflow, and then also comment on things, send it back and forth is really important, and your content model helps drive that. You can also set user permissions based on your specific content types, so when you're going through your conceptual model, think about who needs to edit that content, who manages it, and what sort of permissions might you need to give out. And then, of course, it gives you room to scale and optimize. So a system that is structured allows you to easily build upon it. Something that is unstructured, has a small base and you're trying to make it bigger, that's not going to work. So you need to build that base. The content model does that. Also, when you're doing migrations, as I mentioned earlier, we do a ton of those. When you're going from an unstructured system to a structured system, it becomes very difficult. So as technology is ever evolving, having a structured system and a content model that you can take a look at and then map exactly what would be in the new system really helps you, saves you a lot of time. And then also, being able to structure content in a way that you can make data-driven decisions and have your analytics really be able to hone in on how you want to optimize that experience over time. And again, content models support omni-channel strategies. Without a content model, your omni-channel strategy is not going to be successful. You need to make sure that you are structuring your content to be able to reach as many touch points as possible. You don't want to have to build that campaign content and then build separate content for your website, and then build separate content for your email marketing campaign. You want to be able to manage that piece of content once. And a content model will help you support that. So I hope I have sold you on content modeling today and its importance. How do you get started? It seems overwhelming. Start with the low fidelity. Start with the conceptual model. It will help you think through your content strategies, might uncover some gaps for you, and even if you stop there, you will still get value out of it. So give it a try. And then you can build on top of that over time. Making sure that you are taking a content-first approach to all of your digital strategies is just going to help you in the end, because your sites, your campaigns, all of that is only as good as the content that you put in. And remember that a content model is ever evolving. It is something that it's influenced by many different disciplines. So having a multifaceted team and having the right tools is really important to make sure that you're going to be successful. And that's it. Get you guys to lunch early.
Okay, thank you very much, Amanda. Got time for a couple of questions. Anybody want to kick things off? Yes.
I have about 7 questions, but I'm going to just ask one of them. Maybe I'll go after.
You can ask more after. I'll be at the booth.
You know, I think what the vision of this for me, I was very excited about this presentation because it's also my biggest challenge in the sort of selling in. I'm on the agency side, so selling into clients, like the value of something like this is very challenging. And a lot of times they're like, I want a website, I want a CVA, I want to get these things done. And so it's like, the way I found success is sort of the hub and spoke. Okay, you can have a CVA, you can have a website. Let's start that as like the hub content, and then let's build out some sort of matrices like this. Do you have any tips on selling that in? I feel like that's probably what you do all day. Do you have some advice on just checking the box of like their initial request and being able to sell in the value of scaling that?
I mean, generally we have analytics and things that we've captured on the better user experience from doing a content hub versus an actual content system where everything is dissected. So we'll use that a lot. And we'll also, usually we are more consistently talking about the content editors, because the management of the content is usually a large pain point that customers will come to us with RFPs, and they're not asking for that. They're asking for a better user experience, and they want the site to be prettier, and they want better click-throughs of the things that they're trying to achieve, but they're often not thinking so much about their content editors. So we try and shine a lot of light on that, and that usually helps us get buy-in. Yep, like content management teams. Yep.
All right. Any additional questions for Amanda at all? All right. Well, we've got the booth as well anyway. But yes, no, thank you very much, Amanda and Kelly from FFW. It's been great to have the team here this week as well. Like I said, they're content experts in the healthcare space. So definitely stop by and say hello if you haven't had a chance to meet with them already. And it's a pleasure to have you join us. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madame. Okay, so we're now in our last session of this morning before lunch. And we've got a very interesting, unique concept here. I like the variation in topics that we've had this morning, and obviously following similar type of trend, authenticity, trust, reputation. These are all valuable assets to any successful customer experience and digital strategy. I've got the honor and pleasure of welcoming Luzine Kadagolian, I should say, who's the founder and CEO of Straightline Research. Luzine's got a really interesting background story. So she's an entrepreneur. She lives in the West Coast in Southern California. She's a digital guru in reputational insights. She's passionate about analytics, and like I said, she's got a very interesting backstory. She used to work at the Pentagon as well, so if anybody wants to leave the room now, please go ahead and do so, but the doors are locked. Luzine has got a wonderful approach and story to share with us today, and a platform technology that's geared around building authentic trust. We're going to have some talks later on today as well in the influencer marketing space from Beth and Lauren at Second Spark. So just to kind of kick off that topic, how influencer advocacy and AI are reshaping engagement in pharma. So Luzine is our next speaker this morning. Obviously, we've got a lunch break shortly after that, but there's definitely time for Q&A and further discussion regardless. Please join me in welcoming Luzine as our next speaker this morning. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I hope you're doing well. Again, I'm Luzine Kadagolian. You don't have to leave the room. I am not working for the Pentagon anymore. My daughter, actually, I was telling Simon yesterday, her friends at school are convinced I'm a Russian spy. I'm not that either. I'm Armenian. So we're all good here. But anyway, today I'm going to talk about influencer analytics, and it's going to be a little bit like a summary of everything you have heard so far, which I found very interesting, that it aligns so well with what I'm talking about, but it's also going to be like nothing you've heard so far, so hopefully you'll enjoy it. A few years ago, when I told my then teenage daughter that we were getting into the influencer analytics, her first and only question was, is Kim Kardashian going to be in it? So she's turning 19 today, actually, but she never showed any more interest in this. But she wasn't wrong. As a typical Gen Z representative, when we think about an influencer, she's a Gen Z, we're not, or I'm not. An influencer is someone with the ability to influence the potential buyers of a product or service by mentioning that product or service on social media. And who do we think about when we think about influencers? Someone like Kim Kardashian, who uses various, often questionable methods to promote her influence. Coincidentally, as I was working on this presentation, I got this note from Gustav asking me if I have Kim Kardashian in my network, and if not, how was I going to grow my business or my revenue? So clearly, my daughter is not the only one who can put Kim and influencer in the same sentence. But how do you get mega influencers like Kim Kardashian to promote your product, whether it's the latest lip gloss, atopic dermatitis treatment, morning sickness pill? As we know, the relationship is pretty transactional. You pay a pretty hefty fee. In exchange, they would mention this product or service in a reel or a tweet or a video or a post, depending on how much you paid for it. And then, much like the rest of the marketing spend, we pray that it was a worthy investment and that we're going to see a direct line between their mention of the product, our audience's behavior, and ultimately sales. Here's the problem with that instant gratification influencer marketing approach versus influencer advocacy, which I call more of a delayed gratification approach. So I'm going to pause here in advance and apologize for the slide I'm about to show, because I didn't know I'm going to be the last speaker before lunch. This slide is not going to be helping. But the difference between influencer marketing and influencer advocacy is like the difference between a fast food meal and a homemade nourishing meal. Both satisfy your hunger, but in the case of the fast food, you have no control over the ingredients, no control over the cooking process, and you most certainly understand that in the long run, it undermines your goals for healthy living. By comparison, influencer advocacy is like a homemade meal. It takes time, effort, and investment, but you have full control over the ingredients you put on it, you have full control over the cooking process, and you know that in the long run, it is so much better for your overall health. So why don't we, as marketers, apply this more? The answer is pretty simple, because it's hard. For starters, the definition of an influencer is fluid. When we think about influencers, who comes to mind? Soccer players, celebrities, HCPs, patients, investors, policymakers, anyone and everyone can be an influencer these days. The number of platforms that we have to keep up with, it seems like every day there is a new platform that we need to learn how to use, unless we're teenagers and it comes to us naturally. And as if that's not enough, the platforms that we thought we knew are changing. And yes, I am talking about X.com, formerly Twitter. I don't even know what it is anymore. And then finally, qualitative versus quantitative influence. Are we looking at metrics? Are we looking at content? How do the two work together, and what do they mean for us? And even if you know the answers to all these questions, building influencer advocacy is hard because genuine advocacy, authentic relationships are tough. Whether you're building a relationship with your significant other, your child, or an influencer, you have to invest your precious time, be very knowledgeable about the outcome you're trying to reach, and then deliberate about the actions that you take to reach that outcome. Influencer advocacy is a lot more persuasive, but it is harder to achieve because it cannot be bought. Whereas in influencer marketing, we pay the influencer to mention our product. In influencer advocacy, we have to build that relationship before they do it. Despite the challenges, influencer advocacy is a lot more credible and persuasive, it lasts longer, and most importantly, it builds trust between your brand and your key stakeholders. Advocacy is less about immediate sales, it's about corporate reputation, how your stakeholders perceive you and trust you. And that's ultimately more important for the industry especially. So when we started our journey into influencer advocacy, the reason we started it all is because we were approached by one of our largest clients, a top 10 pharma company worldwide, in the thick of COVID, asking us, what's going on? The landscape is changing. We want to try something different. We want to focus on relationship building. How do we go about it? So we kind of started looking around. We explored what was available. A lot of the tools that we looked at, going back to an earlier comment, were very consumer focused. And we didn't necessarily like what we saw. We do a lot of corporate reputation work, so this was a new territory for us to venture out into. We decided that the goal for us was not to reinvent the wheel, but rather to take what was available, make it better and more relevant for the pharmaceutical industry. The approach we took is what we call our 3 Cs, and I'm not talking about cut, clarity, and color. Women here will know what I'm referring to. So our first C is clout, or influencer score. I'm not talking about this random compilation of numbers that we see a lot of times when we talk about influencer metrics. Numbers that a lot of times don't make sense even to us analysts. I'm talking about a proven dynamic formula that takes into consideration a number of variables, and some of them might be in front of us, but it takes those variables such as engagement, reach, audience size, followers, etc., and it recalculates in real time whenever these variables change. I call it dynamic, and I call it real time because it's flexible and it reflects every time you introduce a new parameter to your search. So in this next slide, we took a small group of gastroenterologists. We ranked them using our influencer formula without introducing any variables, just a standard formula that we came up with. Then we took this same formula and we introduced the topic of obesity and gut health. And as you can see, someone like Dr. Neil Flock now rose to the top because the parameters of our formula have changed and it changed his overall influence. So if we're looking for someone to work with in this space, this is one way to look at it. We didn't stop there. We looked at our second C, which is connections. A lot of times when we look at this network mapping, influencer mapping scenarios, we see something like this. I find this visual very confusing. And I look at this every day. Part of me is thinking, who are all these people or these little heads that are on this screen? Do I care about them? Are they relevant for my business? Do I need to build a relationship? So the way we started is looking at connections to relevant people. When an influencer has connections to relevant people, your brand has the ability to reach customers that actually care about what you sell. These customers could be patients, these could be HCPs, but they actually care. This real connection builds trust, which gives you a leg up in the competition. So we started with Twitter before Elon Musk, which is why I call it Twitter. The good old days of Twitter. So we started with Twitter and we identified groups of people that were influencers in their respective fields. HCPs, patients, patient advocacy groups, market access organizations, policymakers, investors, journalists, all kinds of different groups. And we put them in similar groups of stakeholders that were comprised of people that were influential, but maybe not as influential, sometimes even as influential or even more influential, depending on what we found. And then we started looking at connections between these people. So going back to our previous example of Neil Flock, we could now see all of his individual connections to everyone that was in our universe. And then we could also see the groups that were engaging with this HCP most frequently. Gastroenterologists, rheum HCPs, derm HCPs, journalists, et cetera, et cetera. This gave us a really good understanding of where this influencer operates. What we were missing, however, is the ability to look at organic audiences, audiences that we didn't necessarily categorize because there are other platforms out there, as we all know. So we looked at LinkedIn. For LinkedIn, we used internal goals, starting with CEOs and taking kind of a reverse approach to see whether the CEOs were actively building relationships with these audiences. We used AI. This was our first implementation. So the way we did it is we trained our model to recognize titles of people that were commenting on the CEO's post and then putting them automatically into the groups that we knew were of interest to our client. Employees, as we know, brand ambassadors, we heard a lot about this yesterday, HCPs, scientific community. We wanted to see if the CEOs were able to deliver the right story to the right person, for the right audience, build a lasting relationship, and make an impact on this audience. This saved us a lot of time. Fully automated, and as you all know, LinkedIn is notoriously difficult to analyze. And then we moved on to our third and final C, which is context. Context is important because it provides the framework within which influence operates. How else do you craft your messages if you don't know the organic content that your influencer posts about? Going back to our beloved example in the very beginning, would you pay Kim Kardashian to promote a filler-free, Botox-free, natural, plastic surgery-free movement? I sure hope not, because that just wouldn't fly. So before we implemented AI, which is our second implementation, and it was probably where we saw the most impact. This is what our contextual understanding of someone's influence looked like. We would put keywords in place, searches, Boolean search strings, et cetera, and then we would rank our influencers. The problem with this approach was it was great, and it worked, and it still does, but it was limited because we could only see the topics that we knew about. We couldn't fully understand the universe of our influencer, and then it was very time-consuming because every time there was a change in what our client was trying to look at, we had to rework the formula, we had to bring in new keywords and understand how this is changing. After we implemented AI, we were able to create AI-generated summaries. Not only did this make our life significantly easier, these are all automated, by the way, but it also gave us an insight into all of the topics that these influencers talked about, HCPs in this case. We're going back to Neil Flock. We understood the topics that we knew as well as the topics that we didn't know. We got this detailed analysis for every topic that we were looking at. And most importantly, we were able to extract additional information, which then gave us the ability to build multi-touch engagement strategy with these influencers. So when we brought this all together, we had a complete picture. We could see their influencer score in relation to the peers. We could see their platform of choice, the most active audiences that engaged with them, the events that they were planning to attend, the topics of interest, the professional challenges that they discussed, which I think it was pretty cool, even the sources that they referenced as they were talking about their journey or their day-to-day experiences. As I was putting this slide together, I thought to myself, I probably know more about Neil Flock's professional career than his wife at this point, assuming he has a wife or that she cares if he has one. But these gave us a very complete view of this universe where the influencer operates. Now we could create very customized, very tailored recommendations for our clients on how to build this relationship. Going back to what Robert was talking about this morning, and these multiple steps that you go through to build a relationship, we could say, okay, go meet this influencer, whether it's an academic or an HCP at this event they're planning to attend. These are the topics they're going to be discussing. This is where they frequently discuss these topics. If you want to co-author a research paper, if you want to be on a panel, they will be speaking. So we had access to all this information that previously was not available to us. Now, over the last day and today, we've heard, yesterday especially, was a lot of AI conversation. And I find it fascinating because obviously we're trying to work with it as well. But we didn't start out with this AI mindset. We saw a problem. We didn't create a problem, thank God. We saw a problem, we created a solution, and then we enhanced it with AI. I heard a TED Talk that's a little bit, maybe a year or two old, but it was a staggering statistic that companies are investing billions of dollars in AI today, but only 10% of companies, might be a little more now, are seeing any meaningful financial impact from this investment. Robert is nodding. Thank you. I appreciate that. But it's not because they build these sophisticated technologies or algorithms. Their formula is very, very simple. They found a way to make people and AI work together in a mutually beneficial relationship. In our work, when we started this, our goal was to make the process more efficient and faster. That's why we used AI. A lot of times when we think about AI, we think about, oh, it's going to replace us, it's going to make us redundant, it's going to make us unnecessary. Yesterday we heard we're probably going to be extinct because of AI. So we didn't approach it that way. Our goal was to create an ecosystem where AI and our people were working together to achieve outcomes that neither of them could achieve on their own. we wanted to focus on the larger goals of this relationship building, corporate reputation enhancement, and then bring in AI to make that process faster. In a perfect combination, in our opinion, AI should do what it does best, which is automate redundant tasks, deal with massive amounts of data, make our life easier, allowing us people, humans, to do what we do best, which is use our empathy, ethics, judgment, creativity, emotions, to do what we do best, which is understand complex situations, nuanced emotions, and most importantly, build lasting, meaningful relationships with other human beings. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Wonderful talk there from Luzine, and that's, personally speaking, I think that's fantastic. It's unique, it's new, it's relevant, and it's very personalized, but it's encapsulating the technology that we have in front of it and utilizing it to, to formulate personalized engagements, especially in the HCP community. So something we can all learn from there. Any quick questions for Luzine, just based off of that? I know we've got lunch anyway, just following on from this, but would anybody like to make any comments or questions? Yes, Rob.
Thank you for that. I thought that presentation was awesome. One of the biggest challenges I find with clients is how do you gauge the caliber of I think they've been burned before. Maybe that's what I'm getting at. They've spent all their money on the cheeseburger, so to speak. And what you have here looks extremely promising and proprietary. How do you overcome that? I'm sure you run into that a lot when you work with clients and they say, well, how do I know that this influencer is good?
Yeah, that's a great question. I am not going to say that we are completely done with the cheeseburger stage. It is still very much there. And it's also, they're not mutually exclusive. The way that we explain is, yes, you should continue paying and getting your marketing campaigns, but if you're trying to really impact the storyline, the brand messaging, the corporate reputation-related messaging, this is the path to go. So it's in the early stages, I'm not gonna lie. We are experimenting. Part of the issue that we have to overcome is to explain that it is relationship building. It takes time. You cannot expect to marry someone the day you meet them. And that's what you're trying to do. You're trying to get to that finish line. So you have to build, you have to go on dates, you have to take them out to dinner, and you have to court them before you build that relationship. But then it becomes, hopefully, a lifelong relationship. But it's a lot of education. It's a lot of time spent on talks like this, outlining the benefits. I think when I saw your slide today, kind of that relationship building, that almost feels like the next logical step, that you have to go through those steps. Yeah, but it's an ongoing process. It's not quick. So they have to, I think a lot of times clients that sign up for measurement projects in general to understand, or at least eventually come to understand that it's going to take time, effort, and an investment. So yeah, hopefully that answered the question.
I concur, with the exception of Marriott at first sight. Would anybody else like to make any additional comments, questions for Luzine before we break for lunch? Nope. All right. Thank you very much, Luzine.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So we're getting there. We're almost into the final stretch. That brings us to a lunch break now, as mentioned. So we'll be reconvening at 1:45. So we've got just over an hour or so. Lunch is next door. I'm going to open those doors. We can start all funneling through, same place as yesterday. We have a straight run of talks this afternoon from 1:45 p.m. onwards, and we will be finishing pretty much right on time. So thank you for your perseverance. I know it's been a busy few days, but we're getting there. Like I said, if you missed anything, these sessions will be available on demand. It takes us 2 or 3 days to get them cut and edited, but we'll be pinging those over to you beginning of next week at least anyway. So let's all go and eat now, and we'll reconvene at 1:45. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get going. This is the final stretch. We've nearly made it. We are going to jump right back into it. We've got the final segment of the summit now, and we're going to move in similar theme to what we were discussing just prior to lunch, influencer marketing. It's a huge area, especially in healthcare now. So the opportunities are endless for the fearless, and we have two fearless, bold, wonderful entrepreneurial figures that are coming up here to join us. I'm going to go ahead and introduce Beth Kraus and her colleague Lauren from Second Spark. Second Spark are one of our agency partners. They're local. They're a very innovative, adaptive, and incredibly intelligent and an emotionally driven organization for healthcare. They've got some wonderful stories to share, really interesting concepts. And, it's, I believe, a women's run agency as well. So kudos to that. That's really, really nice. Disruptors in the industry. Beth and Lauren are going to be joining us this afternoon to discuss the rise of social influences in healthcare. Obviously, Beth and Lauren and Sapna from Second Spark, they're local anyway, so definitely stop by and introduce yourselves to them. A world of resources right in front of you here. So we're going to jump into this talk now, Rise of Social Influences in Healthcare. Please join me in welcoming Beth and Lauren as our next speaker this afternoon. Thank you.
How's everybody doing? Happy afternoon. I know it's like, I call my red zone, like 2 to 5. It's usually my red zone. So we promise we're going to bring the energy today to this presentation. My name is Beth. This is Lauren. We are from Second Spark, which is a customer engagement agency. We're focused exclusively in the healthcare space, and our whole mission is to bring joy to healthcare marketing, because we really feel like that's a competitive differentiator in being able to enhance customer experience.
Yes, and I think over the last 2 days, we've heard a lot about AI, social media, omni-channel. Lucine teed us up perfectly for this, because we're going to really focus on a very specific strategy that is an emerging trend in healthcare and that our clients are seeing a lot of success with. So before we dig in, I just wanted to ask my fellow peers here in the room, think about the last week. You're on the internet, scrolling on your phone or on your computer. When's the last time you actually clicked on one of those banner ads that you saw on the sidebar that popped up in your content? Anybody? No? I see one hand.
Okay. Yeah.
All right, now think about you're on your favorite social platform, and you're scrolling on your social platform, and you come across something that's posted by your friend or your colleague. How many of you stopped to read what they had to say?
Okay.
I see a lot of hands. Yeah. And that is because engagement is propelled when the content is served up by someone you know, someone you trust, maybe someone you admire, or even someone you're connected with.
Awesome. So we have entitled this presentation, Catch Me If You Can, and really Second Spark has been following this trend for quite some time, but everybody in this room should really start thinking about how we're going to embrace influencer marketing, because it's being done. We're going to meet some influencers at the top of this presentation. What are they doing to partner with Pharma? What does this look like? So we're going to start here with Dr. Perkins. She is an OBGYN, and she is doing a lot on TikTok. She has 1.1 million followers. She has a really amazing way of engaging her audience. Her topic is on women's health. She's specifically actually on menopause. Fun fact, TikTok, you wouldn't think menopause, but 25% of their audience are females above the age of 40. So Dr. Perkins here has partnered a couple years ago with Estelle, as you can see on the right, to tell her audience about the fun facts of menopause. And she actually drove them to her unbranded site. And a couple weeks ago, if you look at the top left there, there's a new device that came out for all of us females. We get our annual pelvic exams. We know the cold metal that is involved in all of that. And this is a new product that she's promoting. It's plastic. It's made by females. She's telling physicians in her network why she loves this product. She's actually encouraging consumers to go on the website and refer physicians. Consumers can even buy the product and bring it to the doctor's office, and she's telling her audience to do that.
And here another example, Dr. Vonda Wright on Instagram. You can say she has a lot of followers as well, 218,000. She's an orthopedic surgeon, but she has a big passion for bone health. So she takes to her Instagram almost daily to really post engaging videos to educate and provide tips around the importance of bone health to prevent fracture. And there might be a bone health brand partnership in her future, so stay tuned for that. Sasha, Dr. Sasha, I love her. She is a board-certified psychiatrist with a passion for ADHD. If you go to her page, she has, like you can see, almost 500,000 followers, and her content is authentic, and it's engaging, and it's raw, mostly because she herself also has ADHD, and that makes the people that want to follow her really trust in what she's sharing. And you'll see on the right, she actually partnered with EndeavorRx to drive awareness of an emerging video game treatment for ADHD and drove patients and parents to a discussion guide for their doctor.
Next up, we have Dr. Coley. She is a cardiologist, and she is also a big opinion leader, specifically in the Denver area. She is on the news, being their medical expert there on their local news station. But what I love about Dr. Coley is she's really putting her voice out there on LinkedIn. So she's got over 2,000 followers, but she really speaks about new data, preventative health strategies when it comes to heart health, and she's partnering with Amgen right now to really figure out how to create some snackable content around Repatha, which is one of their heart health disease products.
And here is Rachel and Maria. So Rachel and Maria, who you'll get to know that we now know personally, they are both caregivers to parents that they've lost due to a rare type of dementia. They actually found each other through the tight-knit social community that this caregiver audience actually has formed. And through that, they actually created a podcast. And that podcast in and of itself has really taken their influence to a whole new level. And we're going to do a little case on Rachel and Maria and the Remember Me podcast. But a great example of caregivers and how, with certain conditions, they're the people on the front lines that need the education, the support, and are out there in these communities influencing.
So now that we've seen, some of the influence and what they're doing, we want to look at what the industry's saying. A bunch of articles. I love this one, Patient Influencers, the Next Frontier in Direct-to-Consumer Pharmaceutical Marketing. Moving from KOLs to DOLs, the changing influence of healthcare providers. I think we talked a lot about trust in marketing and how important that is. This is really where people are investing because influencer marketing is the way to create authentic relationships between brands and people that are out there talking about your narrative. Some stats, I think we talked yesterday about social media and the ROI there. I think this slide is incredibly amazing in talking about the effectiveness of influencer marketing and social. 93% of consumers said that influencers drove them to ask their physicians about health information that was shared through social, and 57% of physicians have changed their perception of a medication as a result of information on social media. Very powerful there, right? It's not just about perceptions being changed, it's actually driving action and behaviors that we're all looking for as marketers. We all know that people are spending in social media. On the left-hand side there, 90% of healthcare marketers indicate they have social media in their budget. Interestingly, 56% said that they would include influencers in part of their 2023 plans in a very big way because everybody's seeing the opportunity here.
And we wanted to show you a little bit of this in practice. We'd like to show examples. This is a company we partnered with, Elector, and I think a lot of times when healthcare marketers think of influencer marketing, they're like, oh, no, legal's not going to allow that. We can't do influencer marketing. How are we going to contract them? How are we going to be compliant? But really, if you saw those newspaper headlines, it's here and now, and companies, and a lot of the ones we work with, are embracing this and figuring out how to do it right. So Elector, of course, was a small company. They have a phase 3 drug in clinical trials for frontotemporal dementia, which is a rare type of dementia. It affects the younger population. And they came to us saying, hey, look, we need to boost awareness of our clinical trials. We need to really ramp up enrollment. But this community is so small, like traditional paid media is not going to reach the right people. So we want to raise our hand and say, yes, we want to use influencer marketing to help meet our goals of education of the disease, trial awareness. So again, they kind of took the leap and applied the strategy, and we'll show you a little bit about how that worked for them.
Yeah, so how did we find, we found quite a few influencers for this project, but how did we find Rachel and Maria? First of all, we set forth what our influencer criteria would be. Who are we looking for? And compatibility is really key.
Yeah, how do you know who you're looking for when you're trying to find an influencer to partner with, whether that be an HCP, a patient, or a caregiver? And we say it's a really simple formula. You need to have affinity, which means you need to have perspective or experience with the disease or the treatment. So if you're a doctor, you might be a high prescriber or a loyalist. If you're a caregiver, you're out there, you had a loved one that has this, you're involved in the condition, so in some level you have affinity for the disease or the product. But that's not enough. You also have to have that influence. How do we know that you're going to be reaching the right people, and the people that follow you are our target audience? So reach and connectivity is a big part of it, and when those two come together, that allows you to find the people that you want to interact with, engage with, and deploy as part of your influencer program.
And here she is again. Gosh, we can't get away from Kim Kardashian, right? It is not this. Kim might have the influence. She does not have the affinity, right? She does not have the connectivity to a condition in a deep way that most influencers do that are out there on the daily posting about something like bone health. So really, the interesting thing that we've seen at Second Spark is, do you know there's 4 different types of influencers? So they start with the mega and the macro. A mega is like a Kim Kardashian, right? Over 1 million followers. Dr. Perkins is a mega influencer, and she's been partnered in certain ways. But we're seeing the sweet spot being these micro and nano influencers. These are people that might even have less than 1,000 followers. I think Dr. Coley had about 2.3 thousand followers, so the micro influencers. These are the people that have the engaged audiences that are out there really specifically posting content continuously on a topic. And their followers are matching up with them because they want to learn about that content specifically. And this is where the engagement rates really go up.
Yep. So now that you know kind of what type of influencers you might be looking for, how do you go about finding them? Well, you really need the right tool to be able to do that. So for Elector specifically, we deployed our platform called Sidekick to be able to micro-segment the audience, to find people that specifically had the affinity. Were they out there talking about FTD? Were they sharing about it? Were they engaged in these social communities? And did they have the influence? How many followers did they have? Did they fit in that bucket? Were their followers the right audience? And through this, we're able to create profiles with so much information about these people, the content they're posting, and actually use this as a baseline for outreach and engagement to find those people that we want to then begin our partnership with.
Yeah, absolutely. So once we found them, I think we found probably around 15 or 20, and now we needed to reach out to them. And when we think about customer experience, first impressions are key, right? We don't want to, you mess me up one time on the first impression, I'm not going to engage with you. So for this group, we really wanted to make them feel valued. I think personalization today is table stakes and customer centricity. At Second Spark, we say you have to make your customers feel valued. You have to bring them into what you're doing. So for these particular caregivers, we reached out to them on social and we said, we love, on behalf of Elector, we love what you're doing. You have a passion. We want to bring you in as a partner. So we had that group actually come together to Elector's offices, and we did what we call a co-creation workshop. Another philosophy at Second Spark, we could have done this through market research. We could have done this through a sterile advisory board, right? But to actually have these people, they're going to be putting social out on their channels. They need to be having a seat at the table and co-creating with us versus just generic market research. And co-creation, we say, is the new way to innovate. Co-create is the new innovate, is what we say. So we're going to show you a quick little video as to why we feel this is so important in customer centricity.
Hey, you! We've got something to talk about. Traditional market research and sterile advisory boards are so 10 years ago. Customers don't want to sit in a room and answer questions. Boring. They want to be heard, be engaged, and create with you. Pick me! You heard it here. Co-create is the new innovate. At Second Spark, we customize dynamic co-creation experiences for physicians, patients, and caregivers. Imagine healthcare professionals collaging their own product advertisements, or using the spontaneity of a kid's game to uncover patient perceptions. Mad Libs, anyone? What would your customers say if they were asked to choose and describe their superpower? These unexpected approaches spark authentic conversations and deliver incredible value for you and your customers. Old school insight gathering approaches are out. It's time to get on board with co-creation. And we're just the team to get you there. Oh yeah. Let's get started on co-creating your next insight gathering initiative together. We got you.
All right, so...
Told you we were going to bring the energy and the fun.
Yeah. So co-creation has a big role in everything we do in marketing, but when you're thinking about influencers, this is so important, because if you're going to say, hey, I want you to share content on behalf of our brand or on behalf of our company, they don't want it to be handed to them and say, here, post this, because their audience will see right through it. It has to be authentic. It has to be in their voice. And so co-creation is one of the most important steps in doing this whole influencer initiative. So for Elector, that's exactly what we did. We brought 15 caregivers who we found through the identification process together. We flew them to San Francisco and had a whole co-creation workshop. We basically said, we want to learn from you. You're on the front lines out there. Your audience is looking to you for information. So what are the gaps? What are the needs? What type of information are you looking for? How do you want it served up so we can best help you help your audience? And so we did everything from collaging, where they had to really kind of collage a day in the life of being a caregiver and what are some of the gaps and unmet needs that Elector could support them with. We had them write a tweet. We told them about this clinical trial and said, if you were going to go out there and write about this trial in your own words, how would you say it? You can see some of the examples there. We also shared with them some draft disease state awareness materials. And so we want to get your thoughts, because if this isn't going to be resonating as we put it out in social, we want to know what your feedback is. And we got some amazing feedback. What's amazing is that these women never knew each other. They might know each other in the social realms, but they got together face to face. We gave them such an incredible experience where they felt like they really got to contribute. They felt like they were being heard, that this company really wanted and valued what they had to say. And so organically, they left this meeting before they even got to the airport. We started to see posts from their social accounts, unsolicited. We did not pay them to do this. You can see they're sharing their collage and talking about the company, talking about the trial already, hashtagging the disease state awareness site. So just by finding them, bringing them together, co-creating, you're already getting organic reach from this audience. And that's just the first step. And I think when we think about just the combined people that were just in that workshop and their post, considering that this condition only affects 20 to 30,000 people in the US, the fact that every one of their posts reached at least 10,000 people, all of which were in a community of your real target audience, super beneficial for everyone involved. And I think we always say that's just not the first step. You don't co-create, give them a social toolkit, and that's it. You really need to maintain the relationship, because there's so much value that these influencer partnerships can offer you. This is just one example from all the input we got in the co-creation. Elector stood up their very own unbranded disease state Instagram page with content that was fueled by the co-creation. They also chose, after coming out of that meeting, to sponsor Rachel and Maria's podcasts. And that gave them more reach. It gave Maria and Rachel the ability to reach more people and get involved in more activities. So there's sponsorships involved. And I think what really brought this all together is, you might have all heard about Bruce Willis and his recent diagnosis. Well, he actually has frontotemporal dementia, this condition. And as sad and tragic as for his family, it was able to bring so much attention to this really misunderstood, undiagnosed, rare condition. And so Bruce's wife actually in People magazine gave a shout out to the Remember Me podcast, saying this was her lifeline during her experience with her husband, because they were able to find her with the reach. They were able to share through their podcast different stories of coping. So it just shows when you're a company investing in these influencers, the effects go so much further than just the posts they may share. This goes back to not only ROI, but return on a relationship. And that's such an important metric with influencer marketing. You want to increase brand loyalty, engagement, and make sure those relationships continue. So we thought this was just a great example of this in action, where we found influencers, we co-created, we activated them, and the success is just continuing to exceed.
I'm just going to leave you with a little quote here. With the rise of social media and changing landscape of healthcare, influencer marketing is becoming an increasingly important tool for pharma companies. Pharmaceutical marketers need to recognize this powerful need of influencers and join the conversation. So hopefully you've seen from today, it can be done, it should be done. If you're not doing it, you're going to be left in the dust. So what'd you think? That's it.
Thank you very much, Lauren and Beth. That was wonderful, and I love it. It's right to the point. Highly relevant as well. Thank you both. Well executed. Influencer marketing, big topic. It's going to change things from a healthcare engagement perspective. Does anybody want to get cracking on this? I've got a couple of questions, but it's not about me. It's about you. Who's up? Anyone? Oh, sorry. My apologies.
I have a question. Do you guys, we've found that within different social platforms, as they continue to evolve, different generations are using these platforms for different things. So what used to be an Instagram Live that was like popular, now it's kind of like lowering its popularity because We're moving into the TikTok functionality that is short, easy. Do you guys have a differentiation in terms of strategy when it comes to these different platforms? Which ones do you approach better depending on what influencer you're trying to use?
Yep. Yes, absolutely, and that's a very important part of this whole strategy. I think what we've learned is that different platforms are used for different purposes, for different types of audiences. Twitter is more so the professional space where you might have HCPs posting content for their peers. Instagram, we're seeing a lot of doctors trying to educate patients on Instagram. We saw TikTok. We saw the doctor on TikTok as well. So depending on who the audience is you're trying to reach and engage, depending on if it's HCP or patient, and also
Especially
where
a therapeutic category and where they're located.
therapeutic category,
yeah.
but even if we find an influencer who has the reach and affinity and their go-to platform happens to be Instagram, as long as the audience is the right audience, we'll deploy where we're going to get the most reach and engagement.
Right.
You mentioned Twitter. I'm curious, do you find changes in the platform, any platform hypothetically, affect how you use it or how your campaigns work?
Yep. As of now, something we're obviously following closely. How we use Twitter and how we do our API feeds for the Twitter data and how people are allowed to post, that has not yet changed. Doesn't say it couldn't change. That's why we make sure that we have a variety of platforms that we're working within and always staying ahead of the curves, looking at if people are going to be on Threads next, where's the next physician-to-physician conversation going to take place. So it's always about staying one step ahead of the curve. There's always new social platforms entering the market. And with us having a technology where we have to do these connectivities, we're one step ahead of kind of what's next and building those pipes now so that we're ready to go when things do change.
Yeah, I think the co-creation is important in that too. Just like we'll be able to follow the trends from sort of our side of things as marketers, but then the people that are actually using it for disease state to be able to go out there, we're continuously tapping into them saying, where are you going next? Where are the conversations? Where should we be? How can we help you kind of spread that network where those things are happening too?
One additional question, excuse me, was sort of an extension of the conversation earlier today about like the adverse events and everything. Like, how are you advising your clients to handle that? Are you just blanket turning off comments? Are you monitoring it?
No, we've worked with our clients to actually work with the med legal team to actually come up with protocols that we've created together because we always feel like when you bring med legal along from the beginning, make them feel part of the journey, they're going to be more open to these things. So we put protocols in place, a documented protocol for any marketer at a company wanting to do this that outlines specific things like that. So when a physician, say, is contracted to be an influencer, and maybe part of that is to post tweets or whatever it may be, they know exactly the parameters of what kind of things they can comment on, what they can't comment on, as well as the guidelines or the confines of what they can say. So there's one aspect of it. And then just like anything, whether we do a co-creation workshop or market research, anytime an AE is reported, we follow the process that we do as an agency partner anyway to do that reporting. So these are all processes that are protocols that we help our clients create and implement in their organizations. No, not at this point.
All right. Yes, Rod.
Really interesting presentation, especially with the way the market's evolving. But do you find that there are certain terms that resonate better from a client perspective, from a feeling safe to use versus others? Like we were talking, the term influencer rubs a lot of clients that we work with the wrong way. They won't even touch it. So I've heard the term advocate, opinion leader. What are you seeing that we should be leaning in toward and running away from?
Well, I think this is a term that's most relatable to everyone here because we all know influencers like Kim Kardashian. But at Second Spark, we actually have a little registration mark after a term called brand fan. And brand fan to us is someone that has affinity and they have influence. And many times they're DOL. So we call them brand fans. That's what our product offering is, and that's how we talk about it with our clients. They could be advocates. but agree. Sometimes they can have a negative connotation, which is why we make it a little bigger than just being an influencer.
Yeah, and I do think the examples that we showed, like we were really scout. I mean, we've done it ourselves, so we have some examples under our belt, some good ones, but you just really got to scour for people that are doing it well, and bring those to the table when you're having the conversations, for sure.
Got a little online question come through, actually. So it's more of a, from your own advice perspective. Obviously, if you're kind of entering into this sphere early adopter per se, what advice would you give to healthcare brands in order to, sort of curate a strategy that aligns with the genuine approach of an influencer's content and intertwines with the reach that they're looking towards? What would you say are the key principles in order to kind of find that perfect blend?
Yeah. Well, I think to start, finding the right influencer is key, right? We showed you our Sidekick platform. One of the first things we do is workshop with our clients. What are all the different keywords that you might be looking for, that someone's talking about out there in any sort of social post that is relevant to your business? We actually have a social listening technology built into Sidekick. So we might have 50 keywords to say, are these people talking about the right words? Are they saying it with a positive sentiment and not a negative sentiment? Using that as a starting point. And then obviously when we kind of assess, we want to make sure they don't have any red flags. 3 years ago, were they posting things that could come back to haunt us all? So we do our due diligence to make sure that they have the reputation that they want to do. And I think, lastly, co-creation we can't speak highly enough, because that's where the authenticity comes in, where the content's going to be relevant to the audience, but your influencers feel good about sharing it because they helped create it. So I would say that is the number one thing. Anytime you're going to go in a silo with your brand marketing teams, create a couple Twitter posts and say, here, go post this, you're not going to have nearly the results and the success as if you co-created with them together.
Fantastic. Any further questions at all for Lauren or Beth? No? That was great. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you, ladies. Okay. So we're making great progress. We're going to move on to our next session. And just a brief intro, I would like to invite Bob Lemke from Mobile Locker up to join us as well. Bob's actually participated in the MedTech version of this summit with us over the years, so it's great to have him back. He's always been a good advocate of these events for us, so really appreciate his support and insight. And we're going to be delving, I should say, into the promise of omni-channel and AI is transformational someday. So there's a lot going on in that respect. Just for context as well, Bob works with Mobile Locker. They're obviously focused on a leading rep-based HCP engagement platform as well. So they're on a little bit more on the rep side of things, direct to HCP. And interesting fact about Bob, his daughter is a professional shark swimmer who has been doing that for many years. So I think last week he was on the beach swimming. Well, he was at a beach, but he was also swimming with sharks while he was at the beach. So Bob will be swimming up to the stage now to join us as our next speaker. Please welcome Bob for our next presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see how this works. Just green? Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. We're getting close to the end. So every speaker's worst nightmare, following someone that's really good, right? So thank you for that, ladies. I love that. So we're going to take a step back for the next 15, 20 minutes or so. Maybe check your brains out a little bit. I'm not going to give you anything that's overly taxing. We're going to not really talk a lot about AI. I am AI open, but we're not going to delve too much into that. What I'm going to talk about is kind of like the here and now a little bit. So this idea that we are advocates of the sales rep, the pharma sales rep, right? Because that's our customer. Our platform services the pharma field rep who is trying to get in the door, right? That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to break down the doors so that they can get their messaging into the HCP, right? So these are my people. I like to start everything kind of like with a why. I'm a father of 5 with a son-in-law and been married to the same awesome woman for 35 years. And very recently, I got one of these, which is any grandparents in the room? Amazing, right? It's like the most incredible thing ever. Like I tell people, it's like being able to eat a bucket of ice cream every day without getting fat. Like, you have all of the good and none of the bad. You go over there and you get the kid all riled up, you hang out with them, and then she starts crying, and I say, okay, I'm out of here, and you leave, right? So there literally is not a single piece of responsibility, and it's just the coolest thing ever. So if you aren't one yet, you have something to look forward to. So again, Mobile Locker, no one's probably ever heard of us. We have about 50 pharma clients ranging in size from the biggest to the big. We have top 5 pharmas, and we've got pharma clients that are going to the market with their first product. What we do is we help pharma reps, MSLs gain more access and engagement to those HCPs via delivering more value. We do that through providing them insights. Not necessarily data, but insights. There's a big difference between those two statements, right? So, here's the rep's perspective. I'm going to kind of share the rest of it. So we have thousands and thousands and thousands of sales reps on our platform. They talk to us. They talk to us all the time. You'd be amazed that they will tell us things they won't tell their own company. We know how they feel about Viva. We know how they feel about some of the other processes that are forced upon them by their companies, right? They tell us all of that. So I'm gonna kind of leave you with 3 main points, right? The salespeople out there now are all fired up about AI and omnichannel and all these other things you're doing, but they need help now, today. They have numbers to hit this month, this quarter, right? So don't forget to think about that when you're helping your field rep. And I've heard several times from this stage, our ultimate client is the field. Our ultimate client is field. So keep that in mind while you're trying to help the field. The next thing is I'm going to talk a little bit about pilots. How do you access that innovation that can deliver impact fast, right? It amazes me why more companies don't do these pilots. Like, do a quick pilot, see if it works, scale it, and off you go, right? There literally is no failure in those projects. And then we're going to talk, again, we're just going to touch on this strategic investments versus things that can deliver impact fast, right? So I'm not looking to kind of annoy anyone or offend anyone in the room, but I'm going to make a couple of provocative statements. One provocative statement that I will make is I wonder sometimes if pharma overcomplicates it, right? Do we take on too much? Does everything we do have to be, and I heard it from the stage earlier today when someone says every project doesn't have to boil the ocean. That was really compelling to me, right? So we've gone from multi-channel, these big giant investments in multi-channels to, wait a minute, we got to go omni-channel, include the patient, include all these other things. Now we're into AI, right? So these giant things that we have to tackle and deal with, right? And ultimately, what I contend that what we're trying to do, this is the pharma marketing tech stack in 2018. Look at how complicated this is. Like, this is really, really a lot of stuff going on here, right? Where is the impact? Where's the ROI when you're looking at things at this level and this size? What we're trying to do is we're trying to build Iron Man, right? You're trying to build the Iron Man sales rep. You want your sales rep to be armed with all this stuff, all these inputs, all this stuff that's coming at them so that they can make on-the-spot decisions, just like Iron Man would, right? But here's the problem. That's where your sales rep is, right? Your sales rep today is this. They are out in the field going, I need help. Like, I just need help getting in. I need help delivering relevant content that delivers value to the HCP, that the HCP finds compelling so that they're going to let me back in, right? That's what they want. That's the help that they're looking for. So any guesses? I won't even ask guesses. There's no way in heck you get it. But so this is our clients talk to us. We have thousands and thousands and thousands of reps on our software, right? So they talk to us. 15 is the average number of tools and things that the rep has in their bag from their company to use every day. So 15 platforms, tools, solutions, whatever it might be. 5 is the average number they actually use on a day-to-day basis. So 10 things that just sit there, they never look at them, they never touch them because they're too hard, they're too complicated, they're too. 60 is the percentage of pharma reps that tell us, 60%, that the tools they get from their company hurt their productivity more than they help their productivity. 60% of people tell us that pharma reps. And here's your pharma rep, right? So your pharma reps went from this world where everyone wanted to see them, right? Let's bring in lunch. We love you guys. Come in, tell your stories, hang out with us, do all that, to this, right? Now it's like, no, we don't see pharma reps. We don't want to see pharma reps. So we'll only see certain pharma reps. So their world went from it was easier to get in to way harder to get in. People are letting them in, but it is way harder. Talk to your reps. It is so much harder now to get in than it used to be, right? This is the world that they live in. I apologize for this slide because this is actually a picture of a slide that I took from another conference, but it's really compelling, and that's why I took it. I couldn't find the source. It was from a Reuters conference along the way, but this is a really, really important because I hear things like a world without reps, everything's going to be digital, and those types of things. So what this slide is telling us is how important is this cross-channel synergy and what is the impact of the rep, right? So what reps drive is engagement to your other digital channels. Right? So when a rep visits, is what's this saying, the week before the rep visits, the average time spent browsing brand-related content is 2.1 minutes. Average time spent browsing therapy-related content is 5.2. The week after, those numbers go exponentially up. So what the rep is doing in there is they're reminding those docs about these things, and then the docs go on-demand searching for a lot of this stuff. So the reps play... I mean, the exponential value that the reps play to your brand, it should never, ever, ever, ever be underestimated. So how do you get there? Like, how do you do these things faster, right? So this is kind of the point about overcomplicating. So this is my job every day. I go to these pharma companies. I say, I can give you something that's going to deliver impact like today. And this is what I get. Oh, we got these big projects. We got an omnichannel. We've got AI. We've got all this stuff going on. I'm like, but I can help you today. I go to these conferences and I hear these people and say, so it would be great if we had insights around what the docs are doing, what the docs want, and all that kind of stuff. And I raise my hand and go, yeah, we do that today. Like, we can have you up and running tonight. But no, we got to do omnichannel. We got to do all this stuff. So the point of this story is speed counts. It matters, right? Doing things quickly matters. So back to the pilot idea, right? We pilot every one of our customers. We don't even let them buy without piloting. Why? Because we want them to be successful. The only way we are successful is if they're successful and they renew, right? So we pilot. We want them to pilot. We've heard this line a couple times already from this stage today. Fail fast, succeed faster, right? Does anyone have Clear? Okay, so Clear, the greatest pilot in the world, right? Like, I walk up to the airport. There's a 3-hour line over here to get into security, and then there's this person from Clear over here saying 5 minutes I can enroll you in Clear, and off you go. It's a 3-month pilot. And I look at that line, I'm going, 5 minutes? What's the catch? Nothing, just 5 minutes. We take a picture of your eyes and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, okay, let's do this. That is the greatest pilot ever, right? I ran through security and watched every single one of these people over here wait 3 hours, right? It's the best pilot ever. Of course I signed, right? It's the best thing ever. Why? Because it was fast. This is how pilots should run. Fast, right? They deploy fast, like in days, right? Quick training. Make it easy to use. We're going to train you for 30 minutes. Off you go. You're using the system, right? Value day one, low cost of entry, both from a financial and resource perspective. Swift, immediate adoption. These are the things that you should be looking for in your pilots. And the ability to scale, right? How fast can we scale to bigger users, right? So at our company, I noted we convert 90% plus of the pilots we run. And we pilot every customer. We have 50 pharma clients. We pilot every one of them. We say 30 days, let's get you up and running. Let's hear feedback. Let's have the reps give you the feedback live, what they want to do, what they're doing. And then you make your decision at the end of that 30 days if you want to sign the contract. And we convert 90% of them. A couple case studies. Actually, one case study. So Allergan, AbbVie, they came to us, low cost of closed loop marketing from Viva, or low use, nobody was using it. They were trying to track content. How is this content performing? What are we doing? They went into the system, no one was using it. Nobody was sharing the content via Viva. So they're like, we have nothing. We don't have any idea what's going on out there. So they came to us, they said, well, we can help you with that. So we took a quick pilot, 100 users, got it up and running in literally hours, loaded some content, trained the reps, off they went. Immediately started watching the feedback come in. Best tool I've ever seen. Best thing ever. Finally corporate gives me something I can use. Like this is the client feedback that they were seeing. So they then immediately scaled, little by little. We went 500, 1,000, 1,500, 2,500 users that quickly, like within a month or two. So that was the pilot. deploy quickly, deliver value quickly, right? So here is what the result was. They communicated to us 3 months after deploying Mobile Locker to the field. This is the Botox people, by the way. 19% lift from the HCPs that they were using Mobile Locker to target. 19% lift, by the way, on a multi-billion-dollar brand. So do the math on that. That's like pretty serious money, right? The people who brought in Mobile Locker, the innovation team, were recognized at National Sales Kickoff for a President's Award for Innovation and Impact, all because they brought in little Mobile Locker, okay? So, as you are working to build Iron Man, right? Remember, build the watch. You're the watch builders. I know it's complicated. I know these things are hard. And yes, they do have massive value, right? But remember, there's a rep at the end of this whole process that just wants to know what time it is, right? So help them out. That's all I got.
Tradecraft. Thank you, Bob. That was great. Obviously, yeah, we're talking rep-focused
Any questions?
approaches here. Yeah, anybody want to jump in from any comments for the group? No? Bob,
Okay.
just a kind of a general comment here. What advice would you give for marketers that are dealing with a kind of a challenging or a siloed rep sales force? What kind of advice would you do to sort of like bridge that gap?
So I've heard it here today. No, it's funny. I asked the question earlier today about when there was a group of pharma marketers up here, I asked the question, do you talk to HCPs about how they want to be communicated with? I would talk to the reps. Just like get rep insight around what they need. What are their challenges? What are their struggles? Where are they finding it difficult to get in, right? Those types of things. You get amazing insights if you just ask people questions, right? So a lot of the companies that pilot us they have like a field innovation team or something like that they use for this very thing. So they pick 20, 30 reps, say you're gonna use this stuff for a month and tell us what you think, right? So that rep direct feedback, that collaboration, I think is hugely invaluable. And the other thing that's amazing to me is that we have, I don't know how many clients that have these huge investments in omni-channel platforms and strategies that don't include field rep HCP engagement stuff in those omni-channel insights that they're delivering. And we're always like, why? Like they're your most expensive channel. And you're not even using on a day-to-day, real-time basis the insights that they're bringing back to you. So I would say communicate with them. Talk to them. Because they'll share. If you ask, they'll share. Trust me. We ask, and they share.
Here's a juicy one. In your opinion, what's the most dangerous breed of shark to swim with, and why?
Oh, gosh. I do some shark diving. My daughter does it every day. So I've gone, I think tiger sharks are probably the scariest because they're unpredictable. So my daughter always tells me when you're swimming with tigers, make sure they're in front of you, not behind you.
Any similarities between HCPs and tiger sharks?
Yeah, I'm not going to go there.
It's political.
Yeah, she always says, keep the tigers in front of you because if they're behind you, that's, you don't know what they're going to do. Yeah. So.
Well.
Yeah, that's probably.
Words to live by.
That's probably pretty reasonable advice.
All right, thanks very much,
thanks,
Bob.
guys.
That was great. Okay, just a quick announcement. We're actually going to be finishing on this session. So we were due to have Stephanie Gruglich, from the head of CX at Sanofi, join us. Stephanie's unfortunately come down with a bit of sickness. We are going to be able to have her session in the on-demand. She's actually conducting a virtual webinar with us outside of the event. So that's going to be available to you all beginning of next week with the rest of the sessions. But unfortunately, she's a little bit under the weather today. So it was advised that she stayed home and recuperated. So apologies for that. But last but not least, now we're going to jump into our final speaker of the day, which is Zach Capitola, who's the Director of Oncology Digital Marketing. Again, he's on the HCP side of things at Merck. And Zach is focused around enriching your approach to omni-channel CX, sort of blending traditional to new tech. Obviously, I know we've been discussing a variety of different approaches. We've gone into depth on strategy, digital, CX, definitions, you name it, we've covered it in various forms today. So Zach's going to be, sort of giving his 2 cents on that, and certainly what resonates from his experiences. And just for context as well, he's a father of a new, well, not newborn now. His son recently just turned 1, I believe, in the last few days. He's a local Philly chap, so our commiserations about the baseball game again. Apologies to bring that up to anyone. He's a man of many talents. He single-handedly renovated his home over the summer, painted, did floors, regraded the entire backyard. So Merck obviously clearly has very good work-life balance just based off of that alone. And he's got a happy wife as a result. So please join me in welcoming Zach as our final speaker today.
So a couple quick notes before we start. I'm using the podium here, and I brought my laptop up. I had one of those updates on my machine last night that just kind of catches you off guard and forces the shutdown in the update, and my entire presentation deck got corrupted. So I had to build another slide deck over lunch, which you'll be seeing, but I have some of my notes on here, and I'm going to be going off of that. So apologies in advance for some of the crude slides that I've whipped together, but I think we'll have a decent presentation. And as Bob was getting introduced before, I was reminded, I'm like, my boy is also into sharks as well. I mean, he's only 1, but he's got a cool set of pajamas that I got him that's got a shark print all over it. So. But anyway, we're going to be talking here about enriching the approach to omnichannel. And I know as the last speaker, everyone's beat up and waiting to get out of here, but I'm going to keep it brief. We're not going to get too detailed. I'm just going to share a couple perspectives that I have on a couple foundational areas. And what does success look like for the next 20 minutes or so that I'm up here? Basically, for me, if the discussion sounded logical and obvious, then I think I've achieved my goal, because all good strategy and tactics should pass the smell test and should be logical. So, safe harbor stuff, I mentioned that earlier in the panel discussion. My own opinions, not those of Merck. And getting right into it, what we're doing here is talking about omnichannel. One of the unique challenges is that in pharma, it exists at the intersection of commercial and tech. So oftentimes, organizational expertise lies in one area or the other. On the commercial side, we have expertise in understanding therapeutic areas, MOA, competitive landscape, messaging strategy, all that good stuff. So we need to be able to interpret marketing's approach to the problem definition and be able to envision what a good customer experience looks like. On the tech side, we need to ensure that the technical architecture is scalable and solutions with optimal flexibility can accommodate feature expansions. So across the entire product lifecycle, we need to have effective communication. Marketing goals and technical translation are key here. Now, I'm not going into detail on this, and this is not something that I put together over lunch, but screenshotted it from another deck that I have. But this is something that probably all of you have seen before in some form or another. You probably all have some sort of omni-channel roadmap or journey. This is one that I put together for illustrative purposes, but it's not a Merck endorsed roadmap. So it's not representative of anything that we're working on at this point. But really, the journey moving from multi-channel to omni-channel is essentially where we are right now as an industry. And We're basically doing glorified multi-channel at this point with some smattering of things that are connected and orchestrated in a somewhat congruent fashion. And we're trying to lay the groundwork today to enable capabilities down the road. So things like developing customer profiles, refining our approach to segmentation, training and educating stakeholders, and then thinking about ways that we can integrate them with new tech. These are all things that we need to deploy and stress an experimentation mindset and be able to iterate, learn from those experiments, and then continue to refine and advance. So I'm going to go a bit deeper on one area today that's foundational to this work, and that is the approach to customer data. So there's no question that with the right data, marketers can reach and engage customers better than they ever have. The promise in some form over the last 5 years of the right content, the right channel, the right time, something that's not new to anyone here, has been the claim by many partners and different capabilities over the years. The reality, though, is that the aspiration and theory of customer marketing are headed in the right direction, but the promised results can't be achieved yet because of the incomplete and not really too well-connected underlying customer data foundation. So a weak data foundation produces weak results. Having a weak data strategy and hoping that bolting on something like AI or a visualization tool is something that I'm sure everyone's experienced, and you know how that goes. So year after year, marketers work with new and exciting partners. They tout their best-in-class algorithms that can reach and engage HCPs, impact their brand's bottom lines. But by and large, the results have not lived up to the hype. And why is that? Because we can't skip data strategy and expect great results. And it's just far too often overlooked. So I touched on this during the panel discussion earlier today, but broadly speaking about our industry, and certainly not reflective of many of the advancements that many of you today in this room have working on and driven in your organizations. But by and large, as an industry, we have what I call a formulaic approach to how we view our customers. Limited data foundation with a lot of gaps. It's mostly siloed, not connected. There's narrow single-purpose use cases, kind of third-party one-and-done outputs, limited transparency into scoring and indexing models, and in a lot of cases, low data volumes that really limit the options for effective machine learning usage. Successful profiles require inputs from a wide array of data assets to enable a clearer picture of customers. And each customer profile attribute is something that enables driving more sales. So in order to create impactful, actionable customer segments, a robust and connected intelligent customer data profile engine that segments clusters to be found and actioned on. And these segments can then help drive better content, campaign tactics for relevant and more effective marketing communications. And ultimately, there are things that we're looking at in the gray areas here that we need to illuminate additional angles with which we look at our customers by. The approach that we have by and large today is basically looking at what's their value to us. So how many patients are they treating? What products are they using? And then looking at them from an engagement perspective. So are they seeing our reps? To what degree are they seeing our reps? Are they engaging with the digital promotions that we put out there? Are they doing so on a limited basis or a more frequent basis? But those are really the two dimensions that we're looking at today. We need to remember that our customers, and we say customers so often, we say HCPs so often, targets, whatever we want to call it, we have to remember at the end of the day, they are people, just like everyone in here. They consume information differently, they behave differently. their approaches to treating their patients are different. So our approaches to them can't be just based on, do they see a lot of patients, or do they write a lot of our drug, or do they click on the stuff that we put out there? Like, that gets us in this kind of circular spin cycle, which is going to end up not really being predictive of things that are ultimately relevant or useful to them in the future. So, what does good look like? Well, I don't have an answer there because it's something we're in the midst of, but a good approach could be, once you have your data kind of cleaned up in a good spot, you can have a transformation modeling layer that can model data segments, create indexing profiles on your customers. You can then use machine learning techniques to uncover segments dynamically for sales and marketing use, so things that you don't have to rely on data science teams for, things for the non-technical user. So equipped with an end-to-end data strategy that includes acquisition, transformation, and connection, we can now action on our data in new ways to improve existing capabilities. So visualized HCP and segment profiles, an improved next best engagement or next best action foundation, advanced micro-segmentation, richer customer content and messaging analytics, advanced campaign planning and experimentation capabilities. And what I've found is that this transformation will need an agile operation to be able to accommodate new as well as legacy data sets. And the modeling aspect, it'll need to be a continuous process that really does require an experimental mindset. And that's going to be something that may or may not be a challenge at your organization. At a large organization, it certainly is a challenge. At smaller organizations that may be pre-commercial or have newly launched products, it may be something that's a little bit more straightforward, but there needs to be that experimental mindset. And what are keys to a successful approach? I've found in my work, using a small active working team, trying to really minimize too much oversight at the start. A lot of times that's easier said than done, and you just have to work in the environment that you're in, but that's why I stressed earlier, not trying to boil the ocean, but trying to find small wins where you can. Partnering with the data strategy teams to really streamline efforts. And this can be something that's useful in large organizations to maximize funding opportunities. One of the things that I run into is, everyone that I talk to on the outside thinks, okay, I work on Keytruda, I probably have $1 billion in my budget to just go spend on whatever I want, but it's not that simple. Everyone's got kind of their own little kingdom when you have a marketing team of 400 plus and then several hundred more on operations and IT. It's a few thousand person operation just on the US commercial oncology side. And they all have their own budgets, their own things that are that they're in charge of. So finding funding opportunities is actually something that's a bit of a skill set that you need to have. So partnering across your stakeholders is absolutely key. I was talking about the new data sources, areas that we need to illuminate. That one, it's important, but take a smart approach to it. It doesn't mean just go out and start, buying data. I mean, chances are your organizations probably do have a lot of good information right now in-house. It's probably just siloed and not integrated that well. So start with what you have today. Find the things that are most important, get those kind of must-have things right off the bat, and then build from there. Work with a handful of critical stakeholders. I touched on that earlier. And then building each layer with the full engine in mind. So don't lose sight of what it is that you're trying to ultimately achieve. What's that problem that you're trying to solve? What's that experience that you're trying to create? And think about it not from what is the brand team's objective or what is maybe the patient services team's objective. Because a lot of times those things can be very different, but just because they're different doesn't mean that they're conflicting goals. So think about the bigger picture and how does it all tie together to make a more seamless experience for the customer. And like I said before, experimentation is critical here. So segment experimentation is really important for marketing success now and in the future. Try different things. Try things like looking more at unbranded. And I know that's, probably a little strange to say as a pharma marketer myself, and everyone wants to really just focus on their branded messages. But really, I found with unbranded content, that's something that really can appeal to a customer right off the bat and get their attention. Then once you get them in that funnel, then you could start really targeting them with specific branded messages after you gauge their interest. And that is, no, I'm sorry, I do have one more. So I do have some parting thoughts. So today, I've touched on this one aspect of omnichannel, which is really understanding the customer data element and how it's foundational to everything else that you're trying to build and enable down the road. But it's one that I believe is necessary from the start. And people often use foundational. I don't want to say quite as a buzzword yet, but it often gets overlooked. But there's real meaning to that. You wouldn't build a house and overlook the foundation. If you do that, it may look pretty for a little bit, but the first storm that you have, it's going to crumble and fall down. So same thing here. It may not be the attractive thing to talk about at first. It may require a little creativity in terms of getting stakeholder buy-in. But in the long run, these are the things that if you get right, a lot of that downstream stuff will fall into place and be a lot more straightforward for you to seamlessly execute. So I'm going to leave everyone here with this. All models are wrong, but some are useful. And no, that's not a quote attributable to Abe Lincoln. I forget who it was. I think some people attribute it to a statistician, probably 80 plus years ago, named Max Box, I think. I may be wrong on his first name. But anyway, the key here is to make sure that you don't become overly reliant on modeling or caught up in things like AI or anything else like that and sort of treat it as gospel. Continue to question, continue to experiment, continue to enrich, and as I said earlier, pick up small wins where you can, because it's a journey without an ideal sort of defined end state. So I hope you've all found this useful, or at the very least logical in some way, and may spark some ideas for you to bring back to your organizations, so that as an industry we can advance our capabilities in this space and drive to a future state where I would hope that the term omnichannel goes away and nobody says omnichannel anymore. It just becomes understood as marketing, and it's ingrained in everyone that this is how we do marketing. And we can get away from sort of that lingo that seems a little abstract and foreign to everyone. So thank you very much for your time, and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Zach. A great note to end on. Yes, questions?
Hi, quick question. Obviously, almost 100% of your focus is on the customer and engaging in the sales team. But there is a trend, we've seen a number of pharma companies to look at integration between customer and patient. So I'm sure you have counterparts on the patient side. How often do you get together with them and talk about marketing together, towards the patient and the customer?
Not often enough. We do. The way that we're structured, we're technically under the same umbrella, but as I alluded to earlier, the size of our organization, that even precludes us from even different roles within the same broader kind of marketing team to really engage as frequently as we probably should. That's one of the pitfalls, I think, to just being in any large organization. It's not a unique challenge to pharma, but it definitely is something that all of the teams do have on our radar, and we try to make a conscious effort to have regular touch points with those counterparts, at least monthly. I like to try and connect with folks a little more frequent than that, but as you can imagine, you just get caught up in the day-to-day. So I think it's something for everyone to keep in the back of their mind and just always think about, because ultimately, even though we're structured to have that separation between HCP and patient, and then there's the whole payer aspect to it, really we're trying to achieve the same goal. And we want a seamless experience for the oncologist. The oncologist ideally wants a seamless experience for the patient. The patient's going to be the one that takes the drug, so we want a seamless experience for them as well. So there is interconnectivity there, and we do all realize that we're on the same team and have the same higher level goal.
Thank you. Any additional questions from anyone? Any final comments or points? Nope. All right. Thank you very much, Zach.
Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it.
Okay. We made it. It's obviously, as mentioned, Stephanie Gruglich from Sanofi will be including her talk virtually in the on-demand after. So again, apologies that we finish it slightly earlier today. Just a couple of final thoughts and comments. Show of hands, who actually benefited from being here this week? I'm honored to see that. I think that's wonderful. As one of the biggest challenges we all have, I'm sure we've all got this in common, is getting real-time feedback. That's getting harder and harder in this day and age, and so we're, from a resource standpoint, we're forced to get more out of less. And from my perspective, we've had 2.5 wonderful days today, this week, with all of you wonderful people joining us, providing us your time, your insight, your opinions, and that alone is just a wonderful thing in this day and age. So I'm really appreciative personally that all of you have made the time to make the journey over here to join us, to participate, to be involved. I think that's it's really a wonderful thing from our perspective. So we can't thank you enough for your participation and your involvement, certainly over the last 2 days. As mentioned, all of the sessions will be available on demand in a couple of days' time, so we'll be in touch shortly regarding that. Obviously, it's been a big 2.5 days. There's still time to make acquaintances and connect with folks before you go. So definitely stop by, connect with each other. Our goal long-term is to keep this group together and continue to grow it. CX is only going to continue to expand into the realms of digital marketing in healthcare as we evolve as an industry as well. So I'm hoping that there's at least a handful of nuggets that each one of you has absorbed over the last 2.5 days that you can take back to your group, share insights, have conversations, and potentially be disruptors within your own groups down the line. That's our goal, without a doubt, with these types of events. Special thanks also to our sponsors again. We, as an organization, as a relatively small organization, we're not in a position to be able to put these things on without the generous support and help. And obviously, I'm sure, I want to thank the two Matts over there from IQVIA. IQVIA has been a wonderful supporter of ours. They're a huge organization and experts in pretty much every aspect of healthcare delivery and product. So thank you to your team for your support with us. Thanks to Deep Intent as well. And John and Raf gave a wonderful AI talk yesterday. That was very interesting. We love having the Deep Intent team here. They're a phenomenal supporter of ours, and they're doing incredible work in the digital world in healthcare. So thank you all. Click, obviously Ryan and Lauren, who I believe are on their way to Toronto now. I think Lauren's actually collecting an award today for some of the work that she's been doing. Thank you to Click for all of their support. BVA Nudge Unit, BVA, I should say, Suzanne, on the behavioral analytics side of things. That was a fascinating approach that is, without a doubt going to continue to evolve in the industry. FFW, Second Spark, obviously Lauren and Beth, and LiveWorld, the LiveWorld folks, Danny over there, who was on the panel yesterday on social monitoring for and articulating approaches to generate, to understand the social experience of your customers. So love having the LiveWorld folks here. And last but not least, BVA as well. So obviously on Tuesday, we had a wonderful afternoon workshop with Trista. Give us a wave, Trista. That was absolutely phenomenal what your team pulled together. It's a lot of work. We've been obviously discussing this type of collaboration for quite some time, and it's not easy to pull together. And Trista, along with Karen from Boehringer Ingelheim and her team, I'm sure you'll agree, or certainly the folks that were with us on Tuesday afternoon, they had an incredibly interactive and a well-executed CX session that was with active participants and a lot of brainstorming that went on. So I love the creative component to these types of sessions. Thank you all for being a part of it. Last but not least, I hope we see you all again at some point. A little bit of a shameless plug. Our biggest event is coming up in March, again in Philadelphia, late March. It's Biopharma. If at all it sounds of interest to any of you from an involvement or a participation standpoint, we have streams on patient, HCP, CX, tech innovation. There's focus days, workshops. It's turning into this kind of crazy monster of its own. There's breakout segments, plenty of networking segments, and the list is endless. It's a big event. We'd love the opportunity to have you involved in that event if it potentially sounds of interest. So obviously CX is Biopharma's kind of baby sister per se, but if there's an opportunity that this might be of interest for your team to explore getting involved in, do let us know. We'd love to continue that conversation. Have a safe onward journey for all of you. If there's anything I can be of assistance to you all with, please do reach out. I love the fact that we've got some wonderful connections made within the group here the last few days. And again, thank you all for your perseverance for 2.5 days of pretty heavy stuff. But like I said, our goal here is for you all to be walking outside of this room with a handful of new valuable nuggets that you can put within your respective teams and influence within your organizations and potential strategies, etc. And also, most importantly, network with your peers. This is the golden opportunity to kind of learn and meet new folks that you can that will benefit your further careers. So thank you all. It's been a pleasure, and we'll see you soon. Thank you.